And we are live. Hi, everybody. Light pre-warning that I past 3 days because I spent time with family and then decided to fly home. Turns out, spending a bunch of time with little children and then not a great way to not get sick. How we all doing? Ray Ray here. Ray Ray, good to have ya. Raven, good to have ya. Pyron, good to have ya. V, good to have ya. I also have a very cute. Also, quick audio check. Audio's all good. Check on audio. Mike's good. I'm very quiet. Okay. How's that? Better? Testing, testing, talking now. We've got a solid 40 minutes until they start. Even if we see something pop on screen, it is just them doing a sound check. So, friendly reminder, we've still got a solid 40 minutes till live letter. Sarah, good to see you. Glad to have you. I also can't shout as loud as usual because of my throat, but it sounds worse than it is. Now they're prelude. How's the prelude compared to my voice? Because I can also push my volume up as well. Either pushing it closer to my... Nice mug? Yes. He got this for me, what, a year or two ago? I was planning on pulling up Disa, our Maine Coon kitten, to show you guys, but she is currently being very cute. Just this real quick. How are we all doing? Also, I will pull up my notes real quick on... Actually, let me make sure that... Window cap. Oh. There we go. Now it should not go. Check something out. Yes, okay, we're good. Camera frame rate. Okay. Levi, good to glad to have you. I'm awake. I have cocoa and cookies. Good, good, good. Oh, God. Are you guys having any kind of stutters on your end? If I have periodic stutters, let me know, because I might need to tweak things a bit. If I disappear for a second, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm going to disappear for 1 second and I will be right back. And I should be back. Can I get a check that I'm back? Laffy, good to glad to have you. Yukio, good to glad to have you. Been eating braised pork. Ooh, that sounds delicious. My mom told me to chop leftover small part. Ooh, nice. Let me also bump myself up just a little bit more. Check. Okay, we're good. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna need to get live letter 7.45 part 2. Oh my god, no. The live letter for on 7.4, it is the part 2 of the live letter though. So we'll be getting our trailer today, and we will be hearing more details about some of the things we already heard about, as well as other things. We may get some confirmation on whether or not we're actually getting Blue Mage this patch. I would have to assume so, because Beastmaster is coming at a later patch, which it's coming out in 7.5x. So unless they're doing Beastmaster 5, like no, 7.5, and then Blue Mage 7.55, yeah, I don't know what their plan is on that one. Your voice is deeper than normal. Yeah, I'm sick, so I got sick on the plane ride, either from my young nephew or on the plane ride back, and I've spent the past 24 hours in a coma making sure that I was well enough to do the live letter. So I actually feel great. The only thing left is that my throat sounds like this. Helios, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, I think Blue plus B same patch would be an overload. Yeah, I mean, at least if you had 2 months between, I think that could be enough. But I really hope they are going to announce that Blue Mage is coming. Even if it comes in the 7.45, that's fine. I'm pulling up my notes right now to see what things... Well, I pulled up my notes. This was... Oh, hey, check this out. Okay, my guess for the release date of 7.4 as of September 26th, 2024? Yeah, so my guess for the release date of 7.4 as of September of last year, so over a year ago, was December 16th. So they're nothing if not consistent. I'll try not to cough into the mic. Let me see. Looks like I might have accidentally got rid of my list. But things we'll see about is we'll see more about, a little bit about the Arcadion. We'll probably see the arena of M9. We'll see maybe a little bit of Hells on Rails. Probably not, though. We'll definitely get the trailer. So if we do, we'll see it in there. Beyond that, obviously, we've got the things that were talked about last. Right in 7.4, we're getting the glam restrictions removed. We're getting the updates to Occult Crescent, which will be 3 jobs plus the accessory items. Plus, they announced some kind of changes still coming to Forked Tower Blood. So, hopefully that means, if not a normal version, which would be a lot of work. So I don't expect a normal version, at least be more approachable. Can't wait for Glacia Labelos. Yeah, it's going to be a good fight. Last night for Mount Farm, we got 2 Lynxes from Endwalker, EX3 and Extent. Nice. Nice Laffy. I have Wikina and the Masked Carnival. Sure, yeah. I hope we see some more about the Merchant's Tale. Yeah, so, I mean, oh, they did confirm, by the way, in an interview with Yoshi P, that it is Corvos. So, I've been fucking right since literally the beginning. Which, I mean, if you know lore, if you know the lore pretty well, and you've been following it for a while, literally even the first image they teased for Merchant's Tale would tell you it was going to be Corvos, because of the fairy from Corvosi myth. And the rug and all of that. But then on top of that, once they showed architecture that was much more in the style of like Whirllit and the bounty area, like the Ilsabardian bounty area. This is a sound test. The actual stream will not begin for 30 minutes. Quick check, can you hear me over them? Because we will not primarily be listening to their audio. I will be telling you what the translations are as we go through, as there will be no translation.
ということでして、いよいよこの後30分後ですね、日本時間午後8時20時より第90
Some of the other things we know are coming in 7.4x is we are getting the oh, what is it called? The board. Basically the ability to share strategy board, I think that's what it's called, with our people for doing raids and whatnot, which is going to be handy as hell. Sounds good? Good. Twilight, good to see, glad to have you.
思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
So we've got strategy board. We've got I forget the name of it also, but now basically a secondary slot system to be able to have put regularly used actions that we don't use constantly, but use regularly, like specific emotes or items. We heard about that last time. I'm trying to think specifically the things that we might hear about this time that we didn't last time. Blue Mage is hopefully one of the things. Obviously, more about the Arcadion, probably the M9 battlefield would be pretty likely. Stuff with do with the story. I mean, we're going to Treno. Like, it's just, we are going to Treno. We're going down, we're going to Living Memory, and then we're going to take a blimp down. We're going down onto the 9th proper, and then we're going to Treno. And there's going to be, my guess is Kral's staying in the 9th, and going to help try to recover in the same way that other people are trying to help the 13th recover. But because for a bunch of reasons, which I can get into later, but I probably shouldn't too much with my voice. But we know we're going to Treno. We're probably also possibly going to the ruins of Lindblum, if not in this patch, maybe at some point. I only say that because at the very least, knowledge of Lindblum needs to have fallen into Alexandrian or Trenian hands, because of it being tied to the Arcadion, which it's possible that it's in their hands. But if we go to the ruins of Lindblum, that would also make sense. Oh, thank you. Strategy board and the command panel. Thank you, command panel. That's what it is. Thank you, sir. I spent the entire week, like, on vacation, actually on vacation. I didn't even play 14, like, almost at all. I only did some PvP while I was away. So inventory for actions is going to be amazing. Yeah, it's going to be really useful. Zen, good to see you, glad to have you. You okay? Yeah, I saw sluggish. Yeah, no, so I was great for all my vacation, and then the last, like, 2 days right before I flew home, I got really, really sick, and so I got home after, like, a 25 hours of, like, layovers and flights, and then I got home yesterday at like 4 a.m. and I immediately just chugged NyQuil, and I've been in a coma trying to recover, so I'd be good for today. But no, I feel fine. I genuinely feel really good right now. The only thing that remains is my throat. And then after this, I'm going to take it easy until book club. Speaking of, if you want to join us, we have a lore book club. Come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Oh, and thank you, V, for the tea. Also, at some point, I'm going to pull up my cat, because I have a Maine Coon kitten sleeping next to me, and she's very cute. Yeah, I'd be slightly more laconic, Yukio. Avoid boogers. I'd just be like, boogers. Center. Bread. Again, they're only doing sound checks currently. There's nothing of interest particularly going on. Obviously, there's some merchandise, but we already knew about this merch.
LP ボックスのご紹介でした。特にあれですよ、年末、いよいよオケコンが迫ってまいりましたんでね。
V, do we have any lozenges?
もしかしたら予習にもなるとかならないとかみたいなことですので、ぜひともご検討いただければと思います。まあオケコン関係なくね、単に素敵なアレンジ曲集になっておりますので。
I'm also going to be probably a little more laconic until we actually start.
オーケストラアレンジアルバムのご紹介でした。そしてもう一つございます。いろいろこぼれたんですね。どうぞ。はい、こちら。エオルゼアシンフォニーシリーズの定額制聞き放題サービスが配信中。
As per usual, the translations will be being done by Miuna and Iluna Minori over on the Final Fantasy XIV Discord. As always, thank you very much to them. Without them, many of us would have this information would be disseminated much later on.
いやー、いろいろあるもんですよ。右下にね、6分割画面が出ておりますが、これらがダウンロード販売中のオーケストラアレンジパートとオーケストラコンサートパートの音源が
Thoughts on IRL book club? Oh, that's a great idea, Laffy. I hadn't even thought about that. That's great. Yeah, IRL book club, totally thing. That'd be fun. Nice, Yukio. Nice. And 21 has go through vacation. COVID. Yeah, I feel you there, Sarah.
で、恵子さんのピアノ聞いた時にはピアノ
Yeah, feel free, Zen.
まあ毎回思うんですけど。
Luckily, we got a lot. I think over 16T people are going to be going to FanFest, so it'll be a fun time.
皆さんの暮らしを豊かにいたしますから
We did a lot to try and get everyone all
ご検討いただけ
coordinated.
ればと思います。
Did it start yet? No, Dallas. It will not start for another 23 minutes.
危ない危ない。
sound test is always the 30. They always start 30 minutes before and start sound tests. First Foxconn comes on. Sometimes Yoshi P's there, and then often Yoshi P will come in like halfway through the sound test or something to do a thing or two.
全部いい素晴らしい。つまりそういうことですよ。
There will be no information until 6 a.m. EST.
まあなぜ音楽が素晴らしいかと言いますと、その音楽と一緒に遊んだゲーム体験があるから、それが思い起こされてさらにいいってことなんで。
Y'all excited for 7.4? Excited. I suspect many of you more for the glamour changes than even the story.
ということで、本編のお知らせコーナーからこぼれちゃったシリーズお知らせ2点ほどお伝えさせていただきました。直前テスト放送にやっておけば本編と同じアーカイブに残ると。
You could, Yukio. The main thing is you have to remember is that you will have to pay for shipping as well. But you probably will be able to find someone to do it for you.
あとは
Also, worth checking to make sure that it's a FanFest exclusive, because a lot of times there's not that many FanFest exclusives, so. Technically, Zen, so I checked that. They confirmed that they're intending it to be for 7.5. They didn't say it will be. Their language was, we intend for it to be. So, until we're actually at the live letter for 7.5, I would say don't assume it's coming out. Because things have drifted a little bit. Not just lately, but in the past.
っていう話なんで、それさっきこうやってやったらずるいって言われたんで、まあでも
That is the art. If you're talking about this art up here, that is the art from the vinyl that he just showed off.
もちろんあれですよ。この状態で吉田さんと喋ってるパートももちろんありますが、まあ、大事な話は大体パワーポイントとかゲームの実況を見ながらってことになりますから、まあ許容かなみたいなところまで一旦落ち着けば多分ですね。放送
No, this is one of their other setups.
確信しておりますので、ぜひそのぐらいの
Yeah, Eorzean Symphony.
おおらかな気持ちでご覧いただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございます。
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely slowing down my energy a little bit until we actually get to the live letter. So we're gonna be chilling out. I'll be responding to messages if you guys have them. Okay, I'm gonna get a picture of Disa, so you guys can see.
諦めちゃいないんですけど、じゃあここでね、本当にビタっていくようになるかっていうところね、何分インターネットのことですんで、やってるうちにね、ちょっとずつずれてきたりするんですよね。なので、という理由で、積極的に手は叩かないという方向で今日は行きたいと思います。何卒ご了承いただければと思います。もちろん、ちゃんとね、情報をお伝えする。
Okay, I can't get a good photo, but this is one of her very recently.
どうぞご安心いただければと思います。ありがとうございます。といったところで、今日は進行していきます。
No, Beastmaster's for 7.5x, so don't expect them to show anything on Beastmaster. Blue Mage, maybe. Maybe. Light goods, you gotta have it. He's very good. Okay, I know enough to know that they're saying it's going to be a stacked live letter, so it's great that I'm sick, because that is exactly what I should be. Ooh, also we need to change the funding goal, because it's FanFest tickets, but we already bought them technically. We gotta come up with a fun funding goal.
わかりませんが、今日はパート2のプロデューサーレターライブでございますので、8時から始まると言われた場合は8時ちょうどの前にはちゃんと画面にいた方がいい。ね、そういうことですよ。開幕超大事、ということですので、食べ物飲み物はご用意いただいたり、まあ、あとはトイレに行ったり、ね、お風呂もまだ間に合うかもしれない行くなりしてしっかり
I mean, it makes the most sense, Laffy, to have them 0.4x, right? If they don't, that means that they have them both in 5 and 5x, which would be fine, but I hope they don't. Funding job artifact here for Disa. That's a good idea. We have a new emote of her, that hers with a paw going cheers for the Discord. That's very, very good. Beastmaster can have its own time to shine. Yeah. If I was betting, man, I would bet good money
ね作業
that Blue Mage comes out in 7.45 and Beastmaster comes out in 7.55. If I had good, if I was a betting man.
いつもと違う感じじゃないですが
Again, still sound checks. The live letter will not begin for 20 minutes.
こっからなのかは話した。
諸事情によりとだけ今のところお伝えしてます。
皆さんこんばんは。こんばんは。吉田髪切ったって髪を切るって。
Hey V, if you're watching, there's some Dayquil on either my floor or in my pants pocket in my room. They're like still in packages. If you could grab those, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, they don't know. Good to go out of No. We still got 18 minutes until they actually start.
いやいや、違うんです。今日もうどうしても
Everybody's commenting on Yoshi P how he cut his hair. It looks like one of those new hairstyles they added. Thank you, V. Thanks for taking care of my sick ass. V's been a champion helping me out the past 36 hours.
切ってくれてるスタイリストさんがね、まあ今会社が近くになったから楽なんだけど、その今日この後夜放送でさっていう話をしたら、ちょっと気合い入れてセットしますねって言われて。
They're saying in the chat, Yoshi be cutting his hair. The stream nicknames that God Slayer Yoshida. In kanji, hair and God. Kami is the same. Kami means God, paper, and God, paper, and hair. So.
よく言われるんだけど、パーマって今コメントでもね、パーマって。
That's interesting. Is that on our side? No, my internet
言わ
seems
れた
fine.
んですけど、
Just refresh, just in
これね
case.
俺もたまに遊びで突然髪型変わる日たまにあるじゃん、放送じゃない日。これ
His hair looks like Dimitri's hair. Yeah, that one exactly. I'm not freezing at all for you guys, right? It's just on their end.
できるんですよ。
The internet's fine for me
髪
otherwise.
がすごい柔らかくて細い
Maybe I'll go back a second just so
できるんですよ。
there's no buffering.
これ
Does this mean Elio won't be doing his mating call during the stream? I mean, look, if they announce EE4 or something, I would have to do something. I mean, but look, we already got Barrel Boy on a bike. I mean, the likelihood that they're going to announce something that's going to make me lose my shit, not super high. Haircut for the live letter, yeah. If you could just make an endless Elio so the endless can do the live letter, that'd be great. I think V's worst nightmare is an AI version of me haunting her for the rest of her days.
これでって言われた状態ってことですね。
そうなんですよ。
It's just the video. Cool.
まあなので
How long was it between EE2 and 3? EE2 was, I think, like 2017?
今日はちょっといつも
So,
我々開発エリアの
はい
ところからじゃないのは、まあ
2024, so it was 6 years.
職場や学校でそうだと思うんですけど、インフルエンザが
It was 2 years between EE1 and EE2, and it was 6 years between EE2 and EE3. But it's worth pointing out that EE3 is technically like Shadowbringers and Endwalker. So if you thought of that more split out, it would be more like a 3-year period. So if we got one sooner, it would be great. But I wouldn't if they were on the same cadence as EE1 and 2, we would see it during the 0.4, 0.5. We would see it around this time, or at least announced around this time. But I would think it's more likely to be.
もうそのまあ幸いかかってないんですけど、我々は
そうなんですよね。
なんでか知らないけどかかんないんですよ。
Okay, taking some NyQuil.
でとにかくもう社内出社組だったとしてもちょっと社内だけど個室でのミーティングはちょっと避けようと、今はちょっといくらなんでもねすごい感染力だなと思って。
I wouldn't, Laffy. Personally, I expect them to make EE4 just on trail. That's, but maybe I'm wrong. It could be very wrong.
でマスクもしてたのにかかりましたとかいう方も結構いて。
Also, if I don't respond to everyone's messages, it's just because of saving my voice.
チームが6人食らうとですね、配信など成り立たないんですよ。
Because
そうなんですよ。
EE1 covers a Realm Reborn up to 3.4, and then EE2 covers 3.5 up to about 4.4, I think, if I remember correctly.
急なお願いを してですね。
Yeah, because it doesn't have
しかも
Orbo.
P
I
レールを
don't
持って
think.
きただとみたいな
And
感じ
then
になっちゃう
Shadowbringers
イベン
covers
ト放送
or
とか
for
そうです
E3
シャドービング
covers
チャンネル
up
みたいなのだと
to
まあまあまあ
from
ね
the rest of the
しかも実機
4.5
が
up to
バリバリあるって言ってる
6.0.
ところでだったんでちょっと
So the thing is that if they
雰囲
bake
気違いますけど
E4, it would cover 6.x and Dawn Trail. So I mean that's like
どこの職
half
場
an
も
expansion
そ
almost
の
with how much story and stuff you
す
could
ごい
fill it with
と思うんです
due
け
to
ど
the void.
まあ我々も変わらず
Yeah.
ただ
No, almost none of it was covered in
途中の幸いなの
E3.
かその
It pretty much
パッ
stops
チ
at
7.4
6.0.
のそのちょうど最終
Yeah,
章
exactly,
で
Laffy.
はい
は終わった瞬間にダーンって炸裂したんで、
Yeah, you have to bear with me. It's going to be a lot of gauging how well and how poor I'm doing the
メン
whole
タル的
playthrough.
にふーってなったところ
につけ込まれた
っていうのもあるかもなと思って
Okay.
まあなので
Actually chilling now for 13 minutes until we
影響
start.
はないんですけど、まあ今回から中国側
I mean, is that any more insane than 5.0 through 6.0? Xenordo? Because I mean, that's E3 covers that.
プログラマー
That's
サーバーの
fucking
トップがですね
wild.
なんでこんなタイミングで
Yeah.
変わってんですか
I'm much more confident of that, Laffy. Yeah.
時期はね
上期の評価はこうでしたよっていうのをお伝えしていくタイミングが
Doesn't mean I'm right.
それもね
That would just be my bet.
ちょっともっとつまんっつってでそういう人に限ってインフルにならない
Yeah, logos. That's I'm really excited for logos. Also, logos is a little different because it actually has stuff that's not in the game proper.
はいはいはい
Which I'm not a fan of usually, but in this case, I'll take it.
これはいいのか
I'm
悪い
I'm
の
just
か
glad it exists.
そのインフルって最近結構薬も
I'm not a big fan of texts that are
割と在宅耐性ができてたので
supplemental to a degree that while they're not inherently necessary, they border on it. No, they have not announced the E4 yet. No. People are just saying if they did, it would suck because I have my voices down.
熱下がって体が良くなってもそこから何日か外には出ちゃダメよ期間ありますもんね。
そうなんですよ、
はい
そうなんですよねなんでまあインフルエンザはね予防接種っていうけどどの方の予防接種をするかっていうのと、まあ予防接種とは言ってるけどやっぱ結構かかることは多くて、まあその時
I will say going from like intentionally comatose trying to not talk or do
そうです
anything
ねまさに
to full
そう
force
だね
energy.
軽減が入ってる状態になる
It's a strange experience.
感じなのでまあだからなんか予防接種したのにかかっちゃってもうや
Okay, I'm checking in case Yoshi P is saying anything interesting.
軽くなったりはするんで常に軽減
Apparently, influenza is sweeping through the Square Enix staff right now, and it's really affecting their members, so it's decreased a lot of their productivity.
楽しかった
Yoshi P is fine, but there are some people who get to CS3 staff meetings, please take, and is asking everybody to take care of their health.
こういうのありますけど髪を切った
Yeah, I should probably do that too.
いやまあでもあれだったらただ今私
This is the YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Hit that like button.
そ
Open
の
now.
放送
Thank you, Ray Ray.
前に
はい
目の下のクマだけなんとかしようと思ったんですけどなんともならなかったよねまあなんとかする
I would much prefer
だけど
that
塗るとかもならないそうね
Encyclopedia Eorzea's are expansions. Like, I would much prefer that they do
終わりました。
6.x and 7.0 through 7.x as one, and then from then on, 8.0 through 8.x is one, and then 9.0 through 9.x is one. And like, I wish the encyclopedias were more
そう
even
チェックにね
keeled that way.
いわゆるチェックって何
Because they never have been, not once. I mean, the closest has been Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3, but even then, it's still containing all of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, so.
内容とかって確認実機で確認してくるフェーズがあってその後ゴリゴリバトルコンテンツ班バトルシステム班中心に実際にプレイして
Ilianos,
その後
I don't know how to say this politely, but incorrect.
チェックだけ見てるから
There
あれだ
is
けど初見の
there is more to put in 6.1 to 7.5 than there is to put in than EE2. Or yeah, no, emphatically EE2. Way more. Way more. There is so much to put in about the 13th. There is so much to put in about the 9th. There is so much to put in about Alexandria on the source. There's so much to put in about Taral.
あれで終わり
Like,
あれでほぼ
remember, like, just geographically land masses alone, you're talking about 2 continents and 2 entire worlds. 2 entire reflections. You know? And Mist of the Realm. Yeah. And Mist of the Realm. And, yeah. So,
まだやっ
and Pandemonium. And, you know, and Arcadion. And, like, I mean it in good jest, but I would just say, like, no, I just factually correct on that one.
もうちょっとじゃないかな。なんで、まあその
Oh, bummer,
なん
sir.
か話題になったそうは後で実機でお見せしようかなと。
ぜひぜひご覧ください。
確かにこうまじまじとそのセットされたやつ見てないけど。
Apparently, the reason they're in this studio today is because their main office is being disinfected because of the illnesses. Oh, hey, Chinese community is getting to watch this live letter too because now China's version of the game is all caught up. Will all be all caught up.
8時から始まります。
That's cool. That's exciting. Now they just got to get Korea and we're all together.
やっつけて画面の前に再集合と。
そうですね。
はい、いうことで。
まあ今回は
はい
トレーラーから当然ですが行きますんで。
Morning, William. Good to go at
見
you.
逃しのないよう
You have not missed anything yet. It's still the sound checks.
着席して
Live letter does not start for 8
いただ
minutes.
ければ
はい
と思います。
で画面
BS 感はそうか。そうなんだよね。今回ね結構長くなりそうだから7時から配信にしませんかって言われたんですけど、
ね、
まあでも師走のねこのタイミングなかなか皆さん7時に放送したとしても帰れてない人の方が多いんじゃないって言って7時にしようぜって言ってまあそれでもねまだ、ね、
Also, Dallas, I'm probably not going to answer any of your questions today because of my throat. But know that I see you
これ以
answer
上
them.
後ろにしてしまうと
そうなんです。ちょっと
うちの社員に結構やばい時間を僕はいいんですけど別にねなんだろう敬礼屋側なんで何時まで働いてももう来られない。
I'm going to go grab a bunch more water because I've already made it through all my water.
後ほどまた。
And we have not
はい
even
で画
started
面の
yet,
一
so I will
旦
be
負担
right
に
back.
戻りますが、放送自体は途切れませんので、ぜひそのままにしていただいて8時に再集合しましょう。はい、ということでではまた後ほど、残り7分後ぐらいですね、にお会いしましょう。一旦失礼します。
Okay, I'm going to rest my voice for the next 5 minutes or so. Yes, according to Yoshi P and Foxconn, it will be a long live letter. Please go get your snacks and drinks and all that now. There will be a break at some point, but also, I'll just say it now. If I happen to get really, really exhausted or feeling really, really under the weather, I will stop early, but I would like to avoid that if at all possible. Voltaire, good to see you. Glad to have you. How are you doing? And also, if anybody has any questions about what to expect today or what we should be looking forward to, feel free to ask them. I will try to provide answers. Also, still calling it now. He's final fight. She's fight 9. These guys are probably fight 10 as a tag team match, and we're fighting the Under Abominator as 11. I'm saying it now. Laffy's ready. Depends on what you mean, Dallas. This is Disa. She's our new cat. She is a Maine Coon kitten. She is only 6 months old. She actually might be closer to 5. She is this big, and she is only 6 months old. She is a kitten. She's gonna be big. She is very pretty. Dirk, good, you glad to have you. Yes, she's hanging out with me because V usually has to take care of her in the morning, and she can be a lot of menace. So I thought I'd take her in also because I should probably train her to be used to streams so that we can have her on them more regularly. You're a lover. You love your mom. But you're also... Juliet from Eorzean Historian. Good to glad to have you. Glad you could join us. It's so funny you say that, Dallas. When she first showed up, she like ran around everywhere and literally was like a feather duster. I love that, Yukio. Yes. Are you our little crystal curl? Yeah. You know, honestly, on a relative scale, Levi, she's great. She's just also a kitten and a Maine Coon kitten. So she's got a lot of energy. But she's not really that. And as V could tell you more than I, you know, I get the, I say she's not a menace, but I don't have to take care of her in the morning. So. Remember, pace yourself. Yep. She's probably going to end up somewhere between like 15 and 20 pounds. Again, you'll see me, like, because I am sick currently, you will see bursts of activity and then probably a little bit me trying to be quiet, forcing myself to be quiet. And we are about to start in about 1 minute, probably less. A friendly reminder again, the translations are by Luna Minori and Miuna over on the Final Fantasy XIV Discord. Please go check them out. They have been doing the translations for this as long as I've been playing, I think, at this point. And the trailer is live. Let's go. Eldite representation. Definitely going to Treno. This is Mistwalk. This is the dungeon. Are we collecting the Dragon Balls? This is the Merchant's Tale. This is the Corvosi variant dungeon. This music is going hard. This is MSQ. We'll watch the English version during the break. Talking about the future, hope in the future. Kibo means hope, Mirai means future. This is our trial. Cool. Oh, fuck, it's got our... Oh, let's go! Basically has a limit break. Oasis. This is the Cosmic Exploration. Oh, the warding scales are back. That makes sense. Ooh, old Lalafell face. warding scales making comeback makes sense. It could protect people against the 11 energies outside of the domes, the Intreno, allowing people to get out. New gold tosser. Back to Arcadion. No. Hard boiled. We got the Akira slide. I'm only mad that the Akira slide was not given. Tag team match, called it. Oh, that was fucking... The music's gonna go so goddamn hard. Oh my god. Dude, the music's gonna go so goddamn hard. Oh, man.
皆さんこんばんは。
こんばんは。
第90回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブのお時間です。皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
This is gonna be hype. This is gonna be a fun tier. Also, I was wrong. I thought the ninth floor was going to be the gladiator floor, but it looks like not. Looks like that is the big guy. But we were right about the team and the tag team for the two. Luna, good to go to Abby. Twilight, good to go to Abby.
ついに90を数えてしまいました。
The mini Yon plush back there. Yeah, we gotta get that. They're also making a Serpent of Bronkin one, like the white Serpent of Bronca.
案外などない。はい。ちょっとねテスト放送からじゃなくて
Again, friendly reminder, I am sick, so I may have to intermittently stop talking a little bit to let my voice rest. But I am reading all of you guys, and I will make sure that you guys know if they are saying anything important.
そうですね、おりますが、今日はちょっとですね、スクエアエニックスの
They only have 10 more live letters, and then we hit 100. That's crazy.
のスタッフさんにお送りしていただいてます。ちょっとですね、ちらっとねテスト放送でやったんですけど、我々クリエイティブスタジオ3でですね、インフルエンザが猛威を振るっておりまして、コミュニティチームはなんと6人罹患する。そうですね。開発チームも大変なことに。
Right now, a lot of their team is suffering from the flu, so it's affecting them pretty bad.
アラガンロットかのように回っておりまして。
うまく回せなかったからこう
みんな全員バーンって言ってしまった。
Like half their community team is sick.
本当に皆さんの会社でも多分学校とか家庭環境とかでもたくさんねちょっと罹患されて大変だった。
Take care of your health, everyone.
我々パッチ 7.4 の追い込みにはなんとか間に合ってほっとしたらロットが失敗したっていう
ね。
まあというわけで今日ちょっと配信いつものメンバーが手が回らないということで急遽ね、スタジオの皆さんにお願いして本当すいません急に無理をお願いしてで今日はちょっと実機も、たくさんあってマジかよっていう感じだと思うんですけどちょっと、その分ちょっと長くはなってしまうかなと思うので、お家にいらっしゃる皆さんはですね、お酒を飲んだりコーラを飲んだりコーヒーを飲んだりお茶を飲んだり
He's asking everybody, get your drinks together. It's going to be a long live letter. I'm already feeling a little bit fatigued. I'm going to get through. Okay, that reminds me. One time I got food poisoning from Indian food right before patch 6.3 dropped. And I led everyone to do the Eorzean raid for 23 other new players blind, and we got through, and that entire time the fact that I did not throw up that entire event will never not be insane to me. Oh, hi. Hi.
まあ今回は結構そのメインシナリオは先へ進む。はい。
I don't know if you guys can see, but Dee's just hopped up. She's watching Yoshi P very intently. We did start with the trailer. It looks interesting. There's a bit of a secret to the OST. Maybe I can talk about it more with in-game footage. The MSQ will sort of be the connection to the next plot line, and it'll be the conclusion, and it will also be the conclusion of the Arcadion story.
おさらいと言いますか、パッチ日のそうですね。パッチ日すら今回はおさらいですね。うん。ですのでそちらの確認をしておきましょう。はい。
as we knew, it's coming out December 16th.
7.4 は2025年12月16日公開予定でございます。
再来週。
再来週です、ね。
いやそれはみんな今回はさすがに知ってたわ。
言ってたし。
言ってた。俺たちもそう言いたい。言ってた。はい。というわけで12月16日、リリースとなります。はい。はい、で今回ちょっと、年末年始それから今まさにねコメントでもありましたがクリスマスを挟むということもあって、特殊スケジュールになってますので。
A lot of people asked them to like change it because of what happened last year with Christmas. So this is the schedule for how it'll actually be coming out.
リリースとなり、アルカディアのヘビー級ノーマル、それから新しい
So everything will be coming out normally on the 16th, but then the Savage will come out on the 6th of January. So that Savage people can actually get a chance to play it.
年明けを挟んでですね、我々もしっかり関連企業の皆さんも仕事始め
Looks like it, King. I haven't had a chance to go look back, and I won't look at it until the break, but
ところで1月6
exciting.
日、例式が公開となりますので、よろしくお願いします。まあ年内はじっくり装備を集めていただいたりですね、例式に向かっての準備をしていただきつつ、ノーマルのストーリーだったり、もろもろゆっくりね、プレイしていただけたら。どうしたんですか？
いやコメントで、今週の記憶がないって面白い表現だなと。記憶が足りない。
確かに記憶がない。記憶が足りないよりは記憶がないの方が、そうですね。飲みすぎかなみたいな。はいはい。というスケジュールになっておりますので、皆さんよろしくお願いします。
I'm trying to read this.
お願いいたします。
認知症だ。
Yep, nothing new. Nothing new to say.
記憶の有無に関してね。
そうです。
打線たちが。
Oh, I love dancing. I mean, can anyone argue that any of the music in Arcadion doesn't slap? Now, to be very clear, I understand that some of you may be like, oh god, I don't want to hear, you know, M6 or M2 ever again. But, like, they do slap. If it ain't, good to glad to have you.
それぞれのバージョンも上がっておりますので、もしご覧の皆様で多言語、他の言語、日本語以外のものを見たいという方は、今ぜひご利用いただいて見に行っていただければと思います。
Nothing really weird about that,
こちら
Yukio.
の放送の方は例によってですね、日本語のトレーラーをもう一度再生いたしますが、今度は我々のマイク活かした状態で再生しますので、吉田さんになんか気になるところとかコメントいただきながらもう一回見れればなということで、その間にぜひ他の言語見たい方はぜひ行ってきてください。
Just in case they start watching the Japanese one.
ですかね。はい、じゃあトレーラーもう一回行きましょう。
Okay, they're gonna play the trailer again.
Hello, welcome back to.
さあ、まあいよいよ
ね、
いよいよって感じですね。
いよいよ顔でした。
We're gonna pause that a second.
Peggy 16.
Second. So, these ruins are interesting. I mean, obviously they could just be a background for one of the arenas. What this makes me think of instead, though, is this makes me think of, like, Lindblum firing off a weapon. Although, if you look at, like, how everything's set up here, that might be a little bit weird. Like, Lindblum being a metropolis in that way seems odd. But so I doubt it's so simple. There's probably something more going on here. Yeah, agreed, William. Even the worst song is a 9 out of 10. Yeah. I'm not going to pause too much because we want to go back to the live letter after. Mistwalk, Wake.
Keeper of the key. Be wary. The fate's regard now falls upon you. An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records.
This is probably someone from in Treno who hadn't seen the world not destroyed and then saw it not destroyed for some reason. Either they're brought back to the source or something.
No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
This is an evacuation alert. Here it comes! Ceasefire!
It does sound like shale a little bit, Dallas, but I don't think it's supposed to be shale.
Oh, life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy.
Of course, those words and our people will always be in my heart.
PvP map. Called Crescent. Those are the new jobs for Called Crescent. Saucer.
This is my show. I will hear you scream.
I genuinely was hoping they'd do a surfboard something something. Rad. Sketch back up. Yoshipi says, everyone called it a dragon radar for the thing that the Lalafell had, whatever it's called in English, the version of Dragon Ball. It looks like Kingdom Hearts. You say like the Corvos area. Don't think the platform flying owl only happens after impact. Scary Thomas. Scary Thomas is the best description of hell on rails. Hildy looked like he was doing the Akira slide. Looks like a trailer for wrestling. Okay, with all that said, let's start with the recap of the features to come in 7.4. So what we're going to see is mostly a recap of what we already know, possibly with more detail.
はい、そうしましょう。では画面の方をお願いいたします。まずは前回パート1でもやりましたが、実装項目の主なところをご紹介してまいります。
Hey, good to go out of here. Good to go.
まず新たなメインクエストです。
まあ、ここになんか乗り物があるっていうことは乗るんでしょう。
乗るんでしょうね。
Definitely looks like a behemoth, assuming he is the final boss. We only saw 3 fights, so unless if we don't get a brute under Abominator,
あと大概
there's
さ
still one to go.
こういうまあいつも
Yeah, the FF9 boss theme remix. Yeah, it is. It does slap.
主人公系の人たちに来ると落ちるっていうさ。
So yeah, we know we're taking that. You're going to Living Memory. We're taking because remember, Living Memory is still in the 9th. We're taking that blimp down to the ground below.
はい。次のいいよ。はい。
続いて
Mrs. Mistwake. So we know that we go through some sort of underground tunneling thing and then into Treno, the city proper.
街ですね。
Treno, we know, had barrier technology from the short story, short story Stars Betwixt. Because it's red, it seems like it's either failing or it's not handling the increasing Levin energies and may eventually fully fail. We know that because the same thing happens with the barriers in Alexandria that started yellow, then went to red, and if they hadn't been reinforced, would have broken. And you can see that in the 3 stages of Alexandria.
遊べる程度に仕上がったんじゃないかなと思っております。はい。で今回からですけど、コンテンツ
Yeah, it's good to go.
で突入した際に
We'll be traveling around a lot in the MSQ.
ボスで
So I think the dungeon fits very well.
されると
I bet we're going to Lindblom too.
なんだろう、オート要はリザレクというか、一回やられちゃっても大丈夫いますんで見ながら遊んでいただけたら。新たな討伐討滅
Hell on Rail, the new trial.
いや
ー 100% Laffy and Dez.
まあこう列車系のボスってね、過去にも魔がつく。
まあそうですね。
そうですね。どうしても古き非化線だとね、祖剣が口に粉
そうね
食ってバーって吐けシポシポしてた絵がどうしても浮かんでくるんですけど、まあ今回は顔の怖い列車がやってまいりますんで。
やってきましたね。
まあその列車系は過去にも作ってきてることもあって、
I love you.
違った面白さというかことになってますね。
だね。腕は
We're over here doing the live letter. B's like, you think they got the Chocobo and Magic the Gathering cards at GameStop? Like, yeah, I think they probably do.
腕 で入られたら何でもやってくるよねっていう感じがしますよね。
エーテルは便利ですよ。
Scary looking train. We did make a train fight before, but we managed to make it entertaining and very different. So they do like recognize they had the Omega train fight and that they're trying to make it this one different.
コンテンツになっておりますんで、
そうですね。
ぜひ。
Also, make sure to pay attention to the face.
あれ今日はやるのかい？
今日は
項目が多すぎてやらないのかい？
はい。今日は割愛でございます。
割愛か。なるほど。
はい
We will not be entering the fight today because there's too much stuff to show. Yeah,
その
okay.
上
So
でお確かめいただいて。
はい。
ちなみにどうですか今回のご
I
覧はいか
would
が
be
ですか
surprised if we don't see any of Arcadion though.
そうですね。
Enough flashing lights and bright colors will distract anyone, Faith.
結構、
はい。
エーズによって
ほう
違うんですよね。
はあは
Different kind of entertaining.
記憶力は、
はい。
それこそ記憶がないじゃないですけど、
なるほどね。
あれどこがなくなったんだっけとか、
はあは
あれどこに
あ。はあ。
なんかコンテナ置かれたっけみたいなのはちょっと覚えといた方がいい。
なるほど。
I wouldn't count on it, Swift, but here's open.
そうなんですよ。あーうん。あーうん。あーうん。そうね。いや、そこまで、
はい。
こなれたら割と綺麗にクリアできるタイプだとは思っているけど、そのまあ結構ワーワーするのかもな。
Yeah,
なるほど。
I feel you on that. I have all the MP3s ripped for it, but still, I want the official disc for it 100%.
え
まあちょっとその1個と2個って
はい
差が
Yoshbi,
激しすぎ
depending on the
るの
phase,
で
it feels very different. It's going to be a bit of a memory game. Where did something disappear? Where did it place a new container? Well, yes, I think once you get it down, it'll feel smooth.
もうちょっと
And it's a
そこまで
two-totem
は
fight.
1個と2個の差があまりにも大きいんで、
はい
2個にしとこうか
なるほど
ということで2個になっております。
ああ、いい。
Friendly reminder, I am sick.
2個です。
So,
前回
a
ね
little bit lower energy, maybe a little bit less talking than usual.
特定担当者の今顔が浮かんでおりますけど。
今回は2個です。
5人ぐらいで確認。
I mean, no, wait, I was going to say they could do it for Omega, but they already did top, so
ということで、グラシアラボラス透滅戦やってまいります。
はい。
at least somewhat longer. We also know that they want to reevaluate totem amounts potentially in
視
the
点のザ・ア
future.
ルカディアヘビー級ノーマル霊式がやってまいります。うん。
まあまあまあ。
Thanks, Infinite.
こっちは、
はい
やっぱ見どころとしては結構お話ももちろんそうですし、まあ、やっぱキャラクターをこう立てるっていうバトル、
はい。
そのキャラクターの性格だったりそれからまあ使っているその魔物の魂だったりっていうところをうまくキャラの個性とかギミックに取り入れてますんで、
Yeah.
ぜひ
He's either M12 or
飛んでお
M11
ります。
for sure. If he's M12, it's because M11 is Brew under Abominator.
そうですね。
And if he's
こちらは
M11, it's because
ご紹介いただければ
M12 is either the
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。ヘビー級、いよいよヘビー級です。
principal.
はい、次で
the
す。
leader of the leader of the
現在
Arcadion,
消滅戦です
the president.
今回は
And I still think that he's going to do something with the Brew under Brew Abominator's corpse. There's just I stand on that and will die on that hill. It's
レベ
coming.
ル100バージョン。
If I look stupid, that's fine. I believe. I choose to believe.
思っております。
はい。
はい。
They're gonna do an Undertaker. They can't not.
背景の美しさがね、
あ、そうそうそう。
つくみ線はね、素晴らしく綺麗な。
そうそうそうそう。
はい。
Yeah, no, the lady's gonna be first turn. The Surfer Bros are gonna be turn 10.
では次
I'm
で
gonna
す。
I'm calling that right now.
どうぞ。はい。フロントライン新マップ新ルール、ウォーコーチーテ演習戦がやってまいります。
はい、こちらはですね、
はい
久しぶりの本当新マップ、新ルールで大変お待たせしましたではあるんですけど、
はい
今日実機も使いながらですね、ルールの説明や
うん
特殊天候の説明をしつつですね、
はい
ちょっとマッ
Decent
プ
one
も、
to go out.
見れたらなと思っております
Also, I'm
の
only
で。
not saying anything because there's not really anything interesting they've said. We knew the Unreal with Tsukuyomi. This is the new map for PvP.
そして次です。どうぞ。ゴールドソースアップデート、出撃エア
Gold
ホースパ
saucer
イロットにシェルダレー諸島
There's
風
a new
の
gate.
新マップというか新エリアというかが追加されます。
まあ大変
President views better Pharaoh slow rather than give them to you
それぞれ
plus Brew Abominator.
なんか
Yeah,
サンルート
something like that could work. Yeah,
シェルダレー
using that his
サンルート
corporeal form for himself. Yeah.
手すきの時とかね、
そうですね
ちまちょこちょこ遊んでいただけたらなと。
はい。
ちょっとだけ 自分でプレイしたらちょっとぬるすぎっつってちょっとだけ
I don't know, Dallas. I
ちょっとだけ
my brain's a little slow too. I'm gonna put out a trailer analysis video probably sometime in the weekend once my voice is better. Assuming it gets better.
いやミニゲームって
I'll
さ
have more information on that
ミ
then.
ニゲームってさ
はい
パーフェクト取れそうで取れなかっただからもう一回やろうがやみつきになるんだと思うんですよ
God damn it,
ミニゲームって
なるほど。
ゲームウォッチ系のゲームってそういうものかなと思うんでちょっとだけはい
When was the last time we had a new gate? Well, if you count Fall Guys, Fall
はい、
Guys.
では次です。
Before that, it would have been the new jumping puzzle, the Gridanian
こ
jumping
ちらは
puzzle.
前回の PL でもお知らせしました
Glamour update. So now in 7.4, you can wear anything except for weapon is still tied to job and racial gear, which is a very limited thing. Racial gear is just your starting gear.
道具以外ですね自由に設定できるようになるということなので、まあこちらも後で
Yeah.
実機を使ってる途中で、ちょっと他にも
We're gonna show some in-game footage of the Glam update later.
ゲーカーのところとかもちょっと UI で説明した方が良さそうだったりするんで、そこを実機使ってお話しするときにまた触れていこうかなと
はい。
思います
ね、これ人によっちゃこれが一番でかいぜみたいなこと言ってる人もいますからね。ぜひともご期待ください。
According to most players, this is our biggest and most important part of the update.
ストラテジーボードです。
Strategy board?
いよいよ来ました。ストラテジーボード。
これこそですね、ちょっと実機じゃないと、
そうね。
なかなかその
Yeah, and also Fall Guys isn't really a gate. Fall Guys is like a
まあ
mode that you
これ
can
は
go
とにか
into.
くまあ配って人からもらって
Like you just go into it
と
and
か
you can just do it
も
at
で
will.
きますし、こうリアルタイムに共有しながら誰かねリーダーがこうじゃないああじゃないっていうのもできたりするんで、これもちょっと後ほどその作るのがどれぐらいのことができるのかっていうところと、まあ例えばそのフォルダ分けしてね。
Yeah, strategy board will be useful for Steam Deck people and any console people for sure.
みたいな。
You are able to share these with other players, but it'll also show this in-game later, towards the very end of the live letter.
最終盤になると思うので、結構深い時間にすいませんなっちゃうかなと思いますので、おそらくまあこれインタビューでちょっと触れたんですけど、僕は全非課制にこれを作ってもらおうとは思ってないです。開発チームもそう思ってて、おそらく職人さんたちがね、たくさん出てこられると思うので、それをみんなで分けてもらって、便利に使っていこうじゃないかと。そうです。
I don't expect everyone to make these boards, so please share them with the community if you're good at making them.
後ほどご紹介します。
Well, they will.
はい。そして次こちらです。クイックパネル。
そう、クイックパネルもまたですね、この右下の白い枠だけでは何のこっちゃさっぱりわからないということなので。
For now, unless they say something new, I won't necessarily cover it. If anybody has any questions about anything they're talking about because you missed last live letter, I'll let you know. Right now, it's only going over things from last live letter.
カスタム性もありますし、あと特にパッドでプレイされてる方にとっての、特殊機能みたいなのも、あったりするので、二入力で実行したいもののまあ開くところから言ったら3入力なのかな。はい。なのでまあちょっとそこを。
It's basically, it's not a, yes, but no. So what it is basically a hotbar that you can auto bring up and down really easily and really fast, that you can put on actions that you use all the time. So instead of having to have a hotbar on or off, you can basically, it's like a quick hotbar for specifically hosting things that you use irregularly. Okay, Occult Crescent updates, 3 new Phantom jobs, beneficial accessories for Occult Crescents. Do you support? Yep, nothing new here. Remember though, with the 3 new jobs, those are not only buffs because of the new jobs, but buffs because of the passive buffs you'll get for leveling them, plus the accessories. So doing things like Fork Tower Blood will be easier. Faith, I forget what they said exactly, but they last time either said you can or we will make it so you can eventually. It's one of those two, but they did note that they either they already have that in there or they planned to add that. I don't remember, but one of those is the case. So you will be able to. For 7.5, we're going to be adding two difficulties for the new Fortress Tower, which we know they already said that they were going to do that. So it's going to be there's going to be a normal mode and a hard mode basically instead of just the hard mode.
コンテンツサポーター対応ですから。
そうですよ。
はい。
一人
というわけで
一人でいけるようになりますから、
というわけで、
はい
はい。
ぜひともご期待ください。
はい。
そしてユーザーインターフェース、新たなカラーテーマ、
うん
クリアグリーンとクリアホワイトの2種類が追加になります。
はい。
ね、右下のスクリーンショットですね。
はい。地道に進めて
はい
いっております
ナイス
ので、またお好みのカラーというかね、雰囲気でプレイをしていただけたらなと思います。
はい
はい。
そして次です。どうぞ。はい。ここでディープダンジョンに関するアップデートのお知らせです。
はい。まあちょっと今、まあ特に DDoS の攻
Oh, that's
撃
nice.
も
はい
非常にですね大きい、まあちょっと史上最大級みたいなものを、まあ必死に防御をやってるんですけど、その受けた瞬間はどうしても防御発動するまでの間に
Basically, if you DC while in a deep dungeon, it's not going to reset all your progress as long as you log back in quick, which will help prevent DDoS problems.
していただいてるんですけど。
This is a good change.
今の仕様のままだと復帰があまり
And it's not an insignificant one for them to have done. So this is really good
こ
though.
の全滅判定になる部分をアップデートさせていただきますんで、はい。
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you guys are really excited. Awesome.
はい、ということでソロも含めて参加者全員が回線切断した場合、戦闘不能者がいなければ10分以内の再ログインで復帰できるように変更が入ります。
はい。
ただ条件はありまして、キャラクターが残っている間に戦闘不能になった場合や、戦闘不能者がいる状態で残り全員が回線切断した場合は全滅扱いとなりますので、そこはご了承ください。
Laffy, your 7.4 is making you happy.
そして続いて
Yeah.
は、パッチ
Yeah, it's been bad,
7.41
sir.
になります、
Oasis?
まずはコスモエクスプローラー
Interesting, they're also adding like archaeology to Oasis. So because it's a place where life used to exist and something happened to the civilization there, it seems like they destroyed themselves through some sort of gravity tool or magic. But one of the things that they're adding as a layer to this is like archaeology to like discover things that happened there compared to the moon, Sign of Sardorum and Fena.
ください。
はい。
そして続いてこちらです。7.41 武器強化コンテンツファント
We
ム
have an enhancement quest for the fans.
続
Ooh,
きが来
go
ます
pretty.
まあいろんなコンテンツを、プレイしていただいて
Show
制
me.
作を進めて
my
いく
sword.
ということに
Want to know what the paladin sword
こ
and shield
れ
looks
ス
like?
クリーンショットめちゃくちゃ綺麗ですよね。
うん。
すごいな。
Oh, interesting. It's in the 4-1, not the 4-5. Oh, actually, let me go back real quick.
まあ
Let me go back real fast. I may have missed something actually about which. No, they didn't say. Interesting. They didn't say when the Occult Crescent came out from this. But I mean, I would have to assume.
はい、1.45
Sense.
に参ります。
Okay, variant dungeons in the
新たなバリアント
4-5. That makes sense.
昇格物語です。
はい。
動いてましたね、トレーラーで。
まあこれだけを見るとねやっぱりちょっとアートっぽいんですけどこちらもですね、
はい
今日実機で
Not all
いわゆる
skills, yeah.
昇格物語自体、
はい
まあいわゆるソロでも4人
Honestly, they're great, Zen. Also, we'll be doing a lot of events over in the Discord, the T Discord for Eorzean Archives Discord when the Occult Crescent stuff drops, especially because doing Forked Blood will be a lot easier because of all the additions and stuff they're adding. So, if you want to start on it, you joining us will get you one pretty much passively just from doing all the fates and stuff.
お答えください。
はい
そして7.5続いてはこちらです。事件やヒルディブランド黄金編。トレーラーにもいましたね。
なんかもうね
いました。
異様にライダースに合うんだよな
キキキキキキ。
They're going to show more of the variant dungeon later.
さあ、
はい
なんか物理でバイク操作してるわけじゃないからさ
はいはいはい
Yeah, totally understandable, Zen. You and a lot of other people. You and me. I mean, I find it very frustrating. And I'm willing to do that level of content. I just...
なんだろうなっていう
いやー楽しみ
The disparity in the mentality for it means that you can't just like go in randomly. So it's effectively locking a bunch of people out because they're just not going to engage with the trying to like pre-plan and set up. It's for a lot of players, it just basically becomes dead content for them right away.
ヒルディシリーズだなみたいなのがありますんで、ちょっっとね箸休め一休みに
Oh, that's a really cool idea, Infinite. Yeah, each of them being based off of some of the 12 because of each of the Magi initiatives. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
シリーズの主なコンテンツのご紹介。
Oh, you should. Cold Crescent's great, especially if you have people to play with. It's a ton of fun. If you don't, it's still fun. But I super recommend it.
スクショが
そうか。
出てるってことは モノクロのシーンがあるってことですよね。
そっか、そういうことか。
そうゲーム内にね。
そっか。
そうなぜモノクロなのか。
Also say the light stage really is not that bad, and if you just do some roulettes, you'll be done with it before you know it. You can like hardcore farm it if you want, but if you just do your daily roulettes, like on and off, you'll fill it in no time.
そう割って入るみたいな面白さがちょっとある。
はあ。
ぜひ。
Oh, okay,
じゃあ
yeah.
演出込みで。
Well, Faith, you can always join us in the T Discord. I'm gonna try to get a blood tower going either when a cult crescent drops, or at the very least get people in, show people where they can sign up for one. So.
して参りたいと思います。
はい。
Okay, we're gonna be starting off with the new raids
こちら
tier.
から参りましょう。画面どうぞ。はい。四天の座アルカディアヘビー級です。
はい。
ということで、これに関しては、もうじゃあ早速見せてくださいよってことでよろしいですか？
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
はい。
では、よく切り替えて。
Yep, they're gonna show the arena. I knew it.
ます。
Oh, interesting. Oh, see, I was right. This is M2, so they're not showing what M1 is, but they're showing us these guys.
またさ、今日来るような。
ノリノリな感じですね。ほう。
俺この曲調さ、若かりし頃めちゃめちゃ流行ってた系なんですよ。今でもまあ聞いてんだけど。
It's so perfect. The fucking fist bro bump. Oh man, fucking the player base is gonna love these two.
なんで水着ってそういうあれですよ。闘志だからです。
エクストリームス。
I don't know 9's enemies well enough off the top of my head to guess what they are, but I know it's gonna be something from 9.
また曲とよくできてんなこれ。
Yeah, we got the Surfer Rock. And it's like very like 90s though.
ほうほうほう。カーン言うた。
I'm pretty sure I listened to this in the 90s.
さあ、
は
まあ一応ね、
あ。はい。
ほらルール上はさ、
はあ。
Well, if you want help, or again, remember, we'll be running stuff on T regularly once the patch for it drops, so
落ちない。
we'll run at least once a week.
これこの虹色良くないな。
What kind of is it?
はい。あ
Which katakana?
あ。よくできてんなこれ。
Extreme extremes. Yeah, it literally does say extremes.
いたって合ってる。
Well, bring back Eden's verse for Fuhrer. Yeah.
まあ一応ね、
はい。
ほら
You're not wrong, Faith. You're not wrong.
落ちないだろうけども。
I really hope they split up the team into two
この虹
parties
色良くないな。
and there's like more like actual tag teaming. That's what I've been wanting since they started
有利な
Arcadion.
マップが挑戦者側に
ああ確かにね。
のね落ちな
Yeah,
いです。
red hot
落ちないです。
ちょっと
Red
距離ありますね。
hot.
なんぼのもんか
ね。
見せていただこうじゃない。まあちょっとトレーラーでもわーわーして。
ちょっと待って
どうしましたどうしました。はは
Extremes. Tag match this. It's a, yeah, they're saying it's a tag match.
はは。
なんかないよ。
あ、なるほど。大事なものが。
テストで入ってるべき
これ
はずのものがこ
なるほど
こに1個ねえんだけど。
Oh man. Well, hot.
そっか、そうだったそうだった。ちょっとね。
無理やんもう。
そういうことするんだ。
するね
そういう。ことするんだ。ああ、そう。あはー。ああ。ちょっとこの塗り、こういう塗りをしてくるやつはちょっと良くないな。
どうでした今回
はい。
参加してたじゃないですか。
してましたね。
調整に。
はい。どうでしたっていうのはここのこと言ってます。全体のこと言ってます。ここのことですか。ワーワーしました。ワーワーしましたね。
Why show M2 instead of M1? That's very
そうなんですよ
interesting.
ね。
But regardless, very
こ
exciting.
れがね、そうなんですよ。
あ、始まった。
どうした？
Hey, it's my turn to have some fun.
いや、
Deep blue.
一応ね。
そうね。
一応ね
Deep Blue is the other guy's name.
シャー
I'm glad that I know just enough Japanese to actually catch what they're saying. For once, it's coming in handy.
ほら見ろお前のためのマップやろがいっていうことになってますよねはあそうなんです
Rad. It's like just hanging out in the Kalahari.
はいここまで
Got knocked off to the side.
これは
Yeah, positioning is going to be super important. And this it excites me, especially as a tank main. Like, actually doing the bosses right looks like it's going to be important.
まあそんなような
そうそうそう
ストーリー上のセリフもあるやらないやら
ね面白かったテストプレイ中になんか一同納得みたいなシーンありましたよ
ああ
確かに
そうしょうがないじゃあしょうがないねみたいな
Their HP bar is shared.
感じでねまあ HP は共有されてますんでまあどっちをねお好きなように戦っていただけるようになっております。
いや
まあ
楽しいです
冬だけど
そうね確かに真夏の様相ですねよく見ると
そう
確かにな
Literally, the second fight of every tier has been my favorite.
テスト参加時やっぱあれですね
Honeybee Lovely,
こんな外周楽しんで
Sugar
る
Riot,
なんて
and
あ
now
の時はなか
these
った
two.
ああそうだね確かにしかも挑戦の時はできるだけ皆さん慣れない情報やってください
Oh man, Levi, don't say that. Now I want that to be. If it's not, they fucked up. If they don't at least put it in later. Hydra, good to see you. Glad to have you. Mainly just covering what we've seen so far from 7.4, and we're seeing a little bit of the M1 through 4 matches. Also the trailer.
フィールドはそれぞれの投資のテーマに沿ったものにね全部なってるんで、
Yoshpi really likes this fight.
さっきのねギロチン拷問部屋みたいな
あれもよかった
あれ俺正直でも好きですよバトルとしてはめちゃめちゃ好きなんでちょっと楽しんでもらいたいなそうね滑り台滑りたいって
確かに
大丈夫だよ戦ってる時そんなとこ見てる余裕ないから
本当そう
This is M2 heavyweight, so yes. No, this is M10. Hydra. This would be M10.
ことにすら気づくかどうかですよ
そうですね今のは本当ごくコンテンツの序盤なので
Yukio, if there isn't some already, I would be just from the poster we got earlier.
まあ
こんなところですかじゃあ実機の紹介は
Okay, Yoshibi is going to talk about rewards. Friendly reminder, I will be more quiet than usual. I am very sick. I need to save my voice. It's going to be a long live letter. Also, I'm chugging water for my throat, so if I have to pee, forgive me.
まあ今回ね
はい
いやこれが今回
はい寄ってくれてます
Yeah.
パンクですねこちら
いや
Ah,
いい
今回こういうシリーズになってます、
look.
Hi.
Look. I don't disagree with people who are frustrated with the amount of sci-fi stuff
こちら
sometimes. But at least it slaps all. And friendly reminder, all of this gear, all of us can now wear other than the weapon, right? Like this is, if you're a tank, you can still wear that. If you're a healer, you can still wear that. We all can wear it, right? Remember that. Remember that. Now all gear you see for a patch is gear that you can use other than the weapon if it's not your job's weapon. So be excited about it all.
全部いくか命令このボディの部分がねやっぱかっこいいですよね
かっこいいですよね
バランスがめちゃくちゃいいと思うんですよ、レギュレーターはって非課線はなしでね自らの魂で戦うんで
そうですよ
つけてない
Good shit.
ちょっとつけちゃったらいろいろ話があるから
Good shit.
そうはいレンジですね
おおはいはい
もう完全に別のゲームですよね
そうですね
これで
Yeah, it's good to glad to have you.
作ってもいいんじゃないか
Yeah. Yes, immediately V was like, I need that. Also, V, we're probably going to have to do this tier because I want the dyeable version of this gear.
おお
4本なんじゃねえか
Oh, okay, I'm making one of my jobs cyber tech themed, and it's not going to be machinist.
攻撃力が高ければ
I'm going to make one of my jobs cyber themed.
お
じゃあこれヒーラーです。
すごっ。ヒーラーにしちゃ珍しいタイプ。
Oh, I want to see those. I want to see those. They look like painter tracers guns from Overwatch. What the new list look like.
あキャスですね。
おお。なるほど。
まあ一応ねロールっぽく説明しますけど、
ね。
まあ先ほどモルボルも言いましたが、まあ、手にさえ入れちまえば
そうそう。
こっちのもんよと。
さあどう組み合わせるのか。
Well, as we said, once you get them, you can combine them in any way, however you like. Right? Because now everything's
さて
new.
さて。
So now instead of getting one new gear or 2 new gears each patch, all of us basically get like what? 5 times 2, like at least 10,
ございました。
at least.
パワーポイント。
はい。
ですね、今回ですね、ヘビー級にですね、
That's interesting.
ライブアーティストの書き下ろし楽曲が採用されておりまして、これがですね、またちょっとエピソードが
Well, Jericho, you'll still be able to get it eventually. Not even just through unsync, but you'll be able to get through the upgrade item
それを作られ
through
た方から
coins. So
コ
don't give
メ
up.
ントが届いておりますので、
なるほど。
ちょっと
コメントが
ご覧いただこうかなと思います。どうぞ。
どうぞ。
Hey there, I'm Tom Morello, guitarist of Rage Against the Machine and Audio Slave, etc., etc. Very excited to announce that I've been working on something very special with the team at Final Fantasy XIV. It all started when Jason Charles Miller told me that Soken-san, the composer of Final Fantasy XIV, was a huge Rage Against the Machine fan and wanted to collaborate. So I got down to work and rocked this track that you're about to get a preview of with Beartooth, a great band. We wanted to make something super heavy and super powerful for Final Fantasy XIV. I wanted to make an absolute rocking banger of a track that would mirror the energy and the potency of this game. Super excited for everyone to hear the full track when it drops, but for now, here's a sneak peek at Everything Burns. Check it out. Everything burns.
So that just happened.
ファイナルファンタジー14で、サウンドを担当してますソケンと申します。
イエ
ーイ。Yeah. Okay. Well.
いろいろどうしたんですかって話ですけど。
7.4 is gonna slap, guys. I'm pretty sure 7.4 is gonna slap.
いやもうちょっと序盤どう
Soken, this is crazy, isn't it? Yes, and they're both like, yeah, this is crazy. Can you explain? I'm afraid I might say too much if I'm allowed to say anything. Yoshipi's like, well, we got sent a song. Yeah, fucking Rage Against the Machine. Who had Rage Against the Machine in Final Fantasy XIV on their bingo list? Anyone? Anyone?
14のために曲作ったっていうから送るわって
そうです
で送られてきたんですよ。
はい。それでもう聞いて、まあまあ聞く前にね、
The Savage version won't be any different at Dallas unless it's the music for the final fight. This is the final tier, baby. Let's go be crazy. Soken says, a song from Tom Morello. I was shaking just clicking on it.
ジェイソン・チャールズ・ミラーというね、
ジェイソン。
テンガロンハットをかぶってる。
Jason Charles Miller, he's not the Shadowbringers guy. Was he the guy that sang for Endwalker? Or was he No, he's the guy who sang for Shadowbringers. Yeah. Okay.
参加してくれてる。
Sorry, I get some of their names messed up.
トムさんがですね、ボードゲーム仲間であるという。あの二人がボードゲームやってるのもなかなか俺たち的には結構ほっこりなんですけど、そこでジェイソンが
Yeah, the final fight is the only time that there's a second musical version, but that I'm wondering if that is even gonna be M12 or if it's gonna be M11. Because that style of song has, like, think about it, was M3, M11, and M3 and M7, how they were much harder, right? Faster.
言ってく
Yoshi P it says Jason and Tom are board game buddies, it seems. And Jason mentioned you're a diehard fan of Rage Against the Machine. Soken didn't pick this t-shirt just for today, by the way. He's always wearing Rage Against the Machine stuff, so you didn't even wear this intentionally. Yeah. Oh, I'm it's gonna be a good time. Even if you don't do Savage, the normals are gonna be fantastic. I'll die on guessing that.
っていうことになり、その作るよっていうエピソードは聞かされないまま気がついたら
And apparently, Tom said that if that's such a great game with such a nice community, he'd make a song for us, and we got sent a song. So it was just by happenstance. That's so cool. I love how excited they are. Soken's like, isn't this crazy?
させてこれ実はちょうど我々サウジアラビアでオーケストラコンサートをさせて
I'm pretty sure the shirt message to Cypher at Dallas is that there's a Rage Against the Machine song.
その会場のコンサート会場の外でタバコを吸いながら
How many of you how many of you guys are excited about this? How many of you guys are excited about this because you like Rage Against the Machine? How many of you guys are excited about this because not because you necessarily like, but you may have heard of them and you're just like, that's fucking cool. This was about a year ago, during the orchestration concert in Saudi Arabia. We were having a cigarette outside the hall, and I was listening to the song right there. They mentioned that. They nodded to that. They mentioned that like either last live letter or a live letter or two ago. I remember them talking about listening to something that they couldn't talk about.
いただいたからって使えばいいってわけじゃなくて、まあソケンってサウンドディレクターとしてゲームミュージックっていうのはゲーム体験の一部だから、ゲームコンテンツに寄り添ってないとダメなんだっていうその主義で作ってるじゃない。じゃあ
Soken, a god wrote a song for us, so we had to use it. Yoshi P said, but we also can't just place it randomly in the game. So we're thinking a lot about where and how to use it. So we were thinking a lot about where and how to use it.
じゃあ俺からまずマネージャーさんってどなたですか？いや本当だよね。マネージメントどうなってんだって。わかんないんだもんな。本人直だから。確かに。
アーティスト間で直接やられるとそうですよね。
ソニーミュージックの本国の副社長さんから帰ってきて、なんか話は聞いたよみたいな。ぜひ情熱的な曲だから使ってほしいんだって。いやだからさみたいな。
その一言で済むならいいけどさ。
そうそう。それでさ、イエーイっつって俺たちノリで使うとさ、後でさ、はい3億円ですみたいなね。
そうですね。そうです。
Yeah, definitely Sarah. Yeah.
とはいえビジネスはビジネスで
Nice, Lavi. Wording tells me 12.
体験であるし
I mean, I think you're right. The only other place that makes sense. So, okay, the wording tells me that it's not the bros, plus we already know the bros, and I don't think it's going to be a Guardian or Gladiator dude. So the only place that could make sense is Succubus chick, maybe. But I think what makes the most sense is whatever the missing fight is that we don't know about. I think that's what it is. The question is that M12? Which I mean, it probably makes the most sense to assume it is. Rise Against the Strike. Nice. We had to get in touch with the management as well because we literally just got sent the song out of the blue, and they told us it's packed with energy and to please use it. Well, that doesn't make it any easier to figure out. So they literally just got it. They didn't like ask for it, plan it out, or anything. They just got it from him. And they're like,
ゲームだって聞いてるから、とにかくみんなが最高の曲を流しながら配信してもらいたいからって言って、ほとんどの条件全部ね、なしにしてくれ。
そうだ、いやこれなかなかないですよ皆さん。
いや本当ないですよ。
ないですよ。
ないんですよ。
めったないですよ。
Yoshi P says, had to get everything legal sorted since people are going to stream the content, etc. But he told us it's not about the money and because the community is so great, just to use it. That's fucking awesome. What a fucking based dude. Soken's just like over the moon. He's like, guys, this is really crazy. And Soken's super happy. Yeah, here's a brick full of hype, do something with it. Yeah. Well, and it's one of those collabs where it's like, no, would I have ever said, yeah, this is going to happen? No. Would it have been a great meme 10 years ago? Be like, ah, yes, Final Fantasy 14 cross Rage Against the Machine. Yes. But does it happening also be like, yeah, that makes sense? Yeah. Zumi, good to go. Is there anything going on specifically we've gotten so far? Server Rival 8? No. We've got the trailer, which is interesting. We've learned a lot about the Arcadion. We learned the M2 fight and its music, and it seems rad. Beyond that, we also know there's now a Final Fantasy 14 cross Rage Against the Machine. One of the lead guitarists for Rage Against the Machine, I think. Sorry, I forgot already. Wrote a song for 14. So. Yeah, and that's also a great way to see it too, Levi. Even if someone doesn't like Rage Against the Machine, them just being excited for it is in and of itself fun. Yeah. Ushi kept trying to explain all the scenarios they could use it with, and the guy was just like, nah, just use it however you want. Just however you want. Do it.
他の層もいやそう今実機で見た層の曲もすごいノリノリでサマソニかなみたいなそうなんですよもうねとにかくね SE もすげえ
100%
実況もすごい今回はすごいね
Since the raid tier is heavyweight, there's a lot of power in the songs. Tom Morello's song will play at the perfect time.
本当そう思うそれぐらい今回のアルカディアはもう集大成というか
そうですね
Yeah
なので
めちゃくちゃいい出来
ノリノリでぜひプレイをしていただきたいですというわけでこんなさっきもね実はトレーラー流した時から配信いつっていう
You should be like basically now we could release an entire album that's just the Arcadion. I mean they really could.
ちょっとまあ改めてモレルさん
It does feel fucking good.
楽曲紹介させてくださいパワーポイントお願いします皆さんあのトム・モレロとケイリブさんですよだからもうなんつうの本物です本物はい
I think they're going to be talking about this for a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick because I bet you there won't be anything super new for about 2 minutes here.
そうですいうことでございまして
本当ね我々倒れそうだよね
倒れるってかもう僕からトム・モレロさんってこういう公の放送で言っていいのっていう、ね、
ソケンさんって言われてたよだって
もう僕は動画を見た時にマジでもう本当にやばかったです、今日もちょっと仕事で、トム・モレロさんと絡むことが、まあ、オンライン上でねあったんですけど、もうそう冬なのにもうこの寒いのにびっちょびちょだった俺が
なるほど
変な汗出てきたって
そうだね
びっちょびちょだった
憧れなんてもんじゃないもん
憧れ通り越して
神だもんね
神ですはい僕にとって
そうだもんねいやめちゃくちゃやっぱりスターってこういう人なんだなって
そうですねでも T シャツがアイプレイズギターわかりやすい
いいですねわかりやすい
いいですね
ギタリストとは書かないっていうことでしょ
そうですね
でこのお二人で送るこのエブリシングバーンズなんですが配信がですね
はい次の画面
こちらですハッチ配信日の翌日
素晴らしい2025年12月17日水曜日の配信開始となります
もう即聞いてもらいたいけど、ゲーム体験を優先したいから
そうなんです
ゲームの中で一番手に聞く人が生まれてからっていう配慮でそうなってますんで、これはですね本当申し訳ない俺仕事中もう何百回聞いたかっていうずっと聞いてた
またね歌がかっこいいのよ
かっこいいですね
本当に
本当すごいんだわ
本当にすごい
俺はそれしか言ってないんだけどいやでもまあなんかこんなこと
I bet you I didn't miss anything. Yeah. Yep. I know them well.
そうだね
Basically just Everything Birds releasing December 17th as a single. We want everyone to listen to it, but the game experience comes first, so one day after patch. Probably listen to it 100 times. Yoshi says I've probably listened to it 100 times.
なんで僕はもう去年のサウジアラビアのオーケストラコンサートから今までずーっともうそう
Cheers, Clover. Take care.
そうもうやっとここまでこの
I wish it was a Savage Raider. I mean, Infinite. I bet you could do it.
本当に嬉しいです
I mean, also, obviously, we can unsync it later in 8.0. But until then, you know, I bet we can at least get you some of the core stuff. Because if you don't have to clear M12, right? Because you can get tops from M11, right? So here, the nice thing, Zumi, is that If you don't like that style, the nice part is that other people do, and it makes whatever you do choose more meaningful. So I tend to be, when there are styles that I'm not a fan of, I tend to still be very excited because more people doing that means that there's not overlap with mine. So that's how I tend to look at it, which makes me excited for everything. Yeah, very excited for the new stuff. Also cleared M1. Nice, congrats. Soken says, never thought this would be my connection to my favorite band in a sound design for games. I am so glad I'm working on 14. P says, just means that there are good things that will happen when you work hard. That's very cute. Oh, Levi, especially as we get to either 7.5 or 8.0, with the fact that we can clear M4 and we'll be able to do MS before long. And P12's a little bit wonky because we actually have to do quite a bit, but honestly, we can clear that with people pretty easy. Well, hold on to hope, Infinite. Hold on to hope. I was going to check on D said V's playing with it right now. Hey, look, if you're willing to at least PF hell it, that's, you know, power to you. I honestly took most of Dawntrail off doing Savages just because I wanted to focus on other live stuff. But I'm definitely probably with 7.5 gonna like go through a lot more of it. I cleared 1 through 3 and then I just didn't have time for more. Life plus social anxiety makes it. Yeah. No, look, the social anxiety side is really hard. I also think that one of the things they're trying to do is add a lot more of a on-ramp to harder content. Like one you've seen of the variant dungeon, even with quantum and stuff, so that it's going normal, medium, hard instead of going normal, extreme, savage. Not literally, but like figuratively that things are on-ramping people more. And I think that'll help more people get into the savage, which will also make it a little bit less anxiety-inducing. Yeah, Fuka, we were basically saying that earlier, so yeah, good to go and have you. Yeah, there's going to, Brute Unabominator is going to happen in one way or another, whether it's M11 or M12. His corpse is going to get used for something. Whether it's infusing it with all the remaining souls of the Arcadion or something. Yes!
多かったこともあり、まあそれのレプリカというシリーズで
Okay, so they're adding feast gear back into the PvP rotation. So now PvP gear is from now. So PvP gear from the feast is going to be in rotation. At least that, maybe not the mounts, but at least the. Jojo, thank you for the 50 SDK. I don't know what that is, but 40 again will casually deploy speakers due to absolute bangers. Missed a lot of that live letter, but some look very nice. Very, very nice, Jojo. Yes, very, very nice. Friendly reminder to anyone who's joining in, I am sick, so if I'm either low energy or have to stop for a second because of my voice, that's why. I don't really look. As someone who has unique items that nobody else can get, I think unique items that nobody else can get, no matter how hard they work, are terrible, and I would prefer none of them in the game. I don't mind them being easier to get and then insanely hard to get later, but you should always have a path to earn them. I will die on that hill and I will not change my stance. I understand there are reasoned and fair counterpoints that are like different philosophies on that. I'm not saying that they're idiots or something. I'm just saying that I think they're bringing back the feast rewards, especially because of how bullshit feast was when it was going on and how much win trading was going on when it was happening. I'm not saying that in theory. I'm saying that because I tried to get feast rewards towards the end, because there were feast rewards I really, really wanted and I still didn't get. So this is a good thing. Yeah. But also, we did keep it distinguishable from the gear that people grinded for back then. So it's different. So even then, I still think they're trying to kind of distinguish it. But one of my favorite sets in the entire game was a feast reward that you had to get top 100, I think, to get, and I just wasn't able to get it. I'm just gonna Existing frontline campaigns. Okay, but yeah, this is just the existing ones.
もうガンガン攻めたもんが
This is just the new PvP map.
新ルールに
Which is interesting that we got a new one of these
で
before they
とにかく
fixed the rival
ガンガン蹴
wings.
散らして各地に出現す
I
る
mean, I understand it's because rival wings isn't very popular, but if they added a rival wings roulette, it would be a lot more
軍
popular.
勢全体がという形になってます。
なるほど。
で今回その拠点の制圧っていうのはあるんですけど、制圧した拠点は取り返すっていう概念がないので、
はあはあ
要はマップ全体にその制圧できる拠点が随時こうポップしていくみたいな、出現していくみたいなイメージなので、それに従ってこうどんどんそれを奪い合っていくと。
はい。
で取り返しが本当ないので防衛せずに、ここを
Okay, so
制圧できた
it's
ので
basically like
で
Ansel
何体かに
Hakar,
分けようとか、
はい。
まあそんな感じでとにかく攻め
but then it's also going to have weather.
今回のベースルールになってます。
はい。
で、戦場全体
I mean, it's partly their fault.
天候変化っていう概念が今回あり
The
ます。
thing is, Levi, as I will tell you, having taken a lot of people through it, it intimidates a lot of people because of how much more you have to understand it. But I agree that it is, well,
スコア要は、フロントラインは
I would argue that Crystalline Conflict is actually the best PvP mode, for a couple of reasons. I'm not sure it's my favorite, but it would
内
cover
容なんですけど、今回敵プレイヤーを
Yeah, definitely most interesting. Yeah. I really love Rival Wings a lot.
戦術師入りますし、
Yeah, literally, if they gave Rival Wings a roulette, it would solve 80% of the, 90% of the problem of Rival
入り
Wings.
ます。で、これ今拠点を示してるんですけど、この三角と四角。
Which is that most people don't try it because they're afraid of it, and most people also don't want to wait for the wait times. Because when they do it during Tombstone events, they and have it running, people do it.
で、じゃあ
The thing about CC is people will actually try CC and they don't have and can get into it.
はい。
こちらがですね、これさっきの三角マークだと思ってください。これが
Oh, okay, that's smart. So you actually have to work with your
サ
team.
ークルがね、焦点に
So instead, so the difference between Ansel Hakar is that you actually don't want to solo this at all. You want to travel around with people. You want to actually work with
サ
people.
ークルができるようになります。
はははは。
はい。で
Yeah, exactly, Infinite. For most people, CC is like way more approachable. I'm not saying CC can't be be intimidating. It's all hell.
あ、なるほど。
But of the modes, it's the one that most people will like
自
actually
分の
start to kind of get a little bit.
耐えていける。
はい。
で、これ角が3つあるので、
はい。
ここはたまに切ってね。で、3人で乗ってもいいし。
I mean, you shouldn't be having that problem, Zumi. It's really easy to punish samurais who are doing that. Oh, one, if you look for their buff, all you do is just like not attack them. And if they're in a group, you just back off. It's really easy, and they've also made it easier to counter samurais. Unless you're, are you referring to like, it's been a while since you've done
それ
PvP?
でもいい。
そう。これ三角だから3点ですけど。
Yeah, basically a combo of Borderland and Hakar. Yep.
になるんで、
はいはいはい。
See-
角の数が多い方が点数が高いです。
なるほどなるほど。
制圧するのに時間がかかる、はい、ただここ例えばここで5、6人いても逆に敵がいないんだったら
I'm sorry, you're having a bad time.
確かに。
I also play Scholar though, so I in PvP, so
どう迅速に動くかっていう
I'm also sweaty as all hell, so
だから人数かけてここばっかりやってても大きなところを取られちゃうと、
はい、
一気に逆転されたりもするので、はい。というのが制圧拠点の制圧ルールになっております。はい。
once the triumph is secured, you move on. Yeah, like so it's kind of like Ansel Hakar, but there's going to be weather effects they'll talk about in a second.
無視しちゃって大丈夫。
なるほどなるほど。
っていう感じですね。
はい。
ではちょっと今のを踏まえて
I feel you, Zumi. Feel you.
はい。私ずっと2層にいました。
一旦そうね。
一旦出ます。
Yeah, Fuka. I will say, if you want a really easy job to play that has a really low skill floor and a really high skill ceiling in PvP, Scholar is fucking me. I can't stand playing. Scholar is my least favorite job in PvE, and it is the only job I play in PvP because it's so much fun.
あ、そうか。そうですね。はい。
今日は開発サーバーなので72人いなくても入れる状態で。どうぞ。はい、画面お願いします。
So we're just going to check it out a little bit. I might not talk over this much because most of this should be pretty self-evident.
即開けるためのコマンドを打っちゃってください。お、5秒になった。
神の力が働きました。ああ、なるほど。あ、早速
ここに
出てますね。拠点。 何しろそこをとりあえず目指せばいいわけですね。
ただこれ今、
は
ここがまさに
はいはい、そうですね。
このゲージが満タンにならないと、さっきのサークルが出現しないので、
はい。
これは3点、三角の拠点です。
So it looks like you can capture it solo, but it's slower.
あ、ゲージがある。はいはいはいはい。
But if you have people in each one, it's faster. However, multiple people. Oh, because you capture each point. I see. But they're also saying that more people in the circle will not make it go faster. So if you have like 4 people in that circle together, it won't go any faster.
自分だけの状態にして一定時間。なるほどなるほど。
なんで結構テストやってると、壮絶にここで一騎打ちしてる人たちがいます。
やばそうですよね。そこで熱くなっちゃうと。そうそう。あれこれで制圧完了。そうこの。
And if a player from a different alliance is on the circle, you cannot claim it.
っていうことはないので、一人誰か乗ってるからワイも乗るってなっても、ごめんそれ言えないんだ。そういう
ことですね。そうそうそう。ああはあはあはあ。じゃあこの拠点が時間とともにどんどん湧いていくから。
Statistically, it should pretty even.
いうのが基本ルール。
And I would say, having worked on a lot of PvP awards, I haven't noticed it be that far off of 33, 33, 33. Because like, it's not like you whatever your grand company is makes your team anymore. I remember when it used to be that like your grand company was your team. Dude, Maelstroms on Crystal would just take everyone's ass.
みんな夢中で真ん中にいるから端っこ一人で取ってくるわみたいなのももちろんできますので。
Oh, this is cool. So then the Pentagon will be 5 circles because it's yeah.
一箇所にもし一箇所をどうしても取らなきゃみたいな時は何人か援軍がいた方が追っ払いやすいから有利には働くけどもってことですね。
それはそうですね。はい。まあこれが基本ルールですね。はい。なるほど。そうですね。一人だと制圧に時間かかる。
Oh yeah, by a lot because it's limit to Lamensa. It's convenient.
するのにかかる時間は逆に言うと一人でも複数でも変わんないんですけど、角が複数あると一人だと当然3倍。
Yeah, it's gonna be a real battle for the gold pens.
まあ4人いれば4人同時に乗ってれば、
せーので乗れば一気に終わる。
そうサークルがこうやってどんどん新しいのが湧くんですよ。
湧いてきますね。はい。
なので。もう右下は今から行っても間に合わないからもう左上を目指そうみたいな判断っていうのも結構重要に。
Yes, you're capturing command posts, but you have to capture them instead of like by clicking on one thing. You need to capture them by going to each circle and filling the bar up.
あ、そうか天候あると。
第一弾雪にちょっとずつ変えてもらおうかしら。
雪。They don't have a Pentagon up, so we haven't seen yet.
こんないい天気なのに。
So next up, they're going to show the weather. It's the biggest thing 14 I mean, Riondo, have you played it recently? Because as someone who's been playing a while, ever since they introduced Crystalline Conflict, there have been a lot of things that they have changed and made better. Like new, not Shatter. I mean, new Shatter's a lot better, but also what's it called? The Cardinal Flats battlefield is really fun. Improved a lot. The Crystalline Conflict's great. I mean, the main thing really is the need to fit Rival Wings. Like, I mean, it's gotten... Yeah, Lord of Verminion. Yeah, that's much worse. Yeah. I would say PvP in 14's actually gotten... It was that way during Stormblood and Shadowbringers, for sure. In PvP, it's actually gotten... PvP in 14 these days has actually gotten pretty good. And I say that as someone who always finishes the 25 and then also works on like the PvP achievements. So I feel like I'm actually in a place to... I've spent a lot of time.
ここはねプラスしかないんで。
なるほど。
はい。あれ乗った方がいいです。でこれは処理的にこういう拠点の近く
Again, if we were talking about like during Shadowbringers patch that needed an overhaul, totally agree. But yeah, not late. Specifically, the 3 teams thing's just awful. I don't mean to dismiss your point, but that sounds a little bit more like you don't enjoy the Zerg style gameplay, which is valid completely. But like that doesn't mean it's bad, because it is Zerg style. It is like large style group chaotic gameplay, but that's by design, not a failure of design. I mean, there's a reason I prefer. I don't enjoy Frontlines as much as I enjoy Crystalline Conflict or Rival Wings because I don't enjoy the Zergi nearly as much either. The only reason I enjoy it at all really is because I play Scholar, which means that I can actually take advantage of hitting wide groups. Got a real glow up in Endwalker. Yeah, PvP in 14 got a huge glow up in Endwalker. Huge, like cannot be understated. Went from like someone who enjoys PvP, who would just I did not like PvP in 14 because of all sorts of reasons, even though I did it quite a lot. So much better since Endwalker, starting with Endwalker onwards, yeah. Yeah, so Riondo, that's totally fair. I think that's a totally fair critique to say that the only PvP roulette option is front lines sucks, and the fact that the Crystalline Conflict isn't or a Rival Wings isn't is stupid, and they should have one for each of those as well. I agree with that. Firmly. So. Miserable experience for me. I prefer front lines, especially. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really easy to understand reasons why someone would prefer any of the 3 PvP modes over the other. Like, small team, if you hate Zerging, like, you're gonna hate front lines probably. If you like coordination, small team, and like really focused specific action, you're gonna enjoy Crystalline Conflict more. Like, it's just, makes sense. Oh, yeah, Zen, I've been arguing for a Rival Wings roulette since patch 4.5. That's how long I've been arguing for that. Yeah. Other people with roulette instead of just front lines. Yeah. I think there's multiple ways to do it, but I definitely think if they, one starting with having at least a Crystalline Conflict roulette would be at the very least a big boon. Or, to your point, just make it so that if you sign up for the PvP roulette, you could get any game mode. One or the other. Too intense about it. I guess that's how people. Yeah. Look, I'm someone who's very positive and happy, but I also get really intense and sweaty. And I'm pleasant. I'm not like mean, but I will be like, blah, 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 And that's the other thing is that for some people, just people being pleasant but intense is in and of itself stressful. So I would just say that most of the people who are really into PvP in 14, if you ask the vast majority of them, are a lot happier with it the past 2 to 3 years than they were before that. Yeah, the only thing that shouldn't be ranked CC. Yeah, ranked should never be in roulettes. Yeah, agreed. That should be a very specific opt-in. Also, they haven't said anything particularly novel or interesting, that's why I'm not reading it at the moment. Yeah. And it literally, I cannot be understated how bad Feast was. Really can't. Well, and also even just like series rewards being a thing in and of itself is really revitalizing. Here's open, Zibi. We know that the housing changes are coming, but I believe they said they were coming 7.5. Last live letter. Yeah, definitely, Jojo.
開発 QA チーム、宣伝チーム、運営チーム総動員でねテストを結構繰り返したんですけど、かなり逆転が起こってたしてたんで。
Yeah, sure, Hydra. Yeah. Speedrunners. Yep.
あっという間にまくられてたねとか。
That's the thing is for me is they're just explaining the different weather events, if anyone's interested, that are just going to come in basically and affect things. So, for instance, you have the snow spirits. They can create frosty obstacles and bless you with powerful barriers if you gather them on the eye. Yeah. I love being really nice. Like, I love being, well, I should say nice. I love being kind. I also love being, like, intense and focused and try hard. And for a lot of people, just being intense and focused, even if you're polite, even if you're kind, even if you're not in any, even if you're being like very like, even encouraging, just being intense for a lot of people can be stressful. You know, it just in and of itself. I try to respect that. Oh, they got a lot of stuff to show us. They got one more thing. They got one more little block of stuff to show, and then we're gonna have a break. We'll pull up the trailer after that.
じゃあ続いてはこちらのコーナーに行きたいと思います。
No,
どう
the
ぞ
feast rewards are going to be available for
ブグ
trophy
トエ
crystals.
アップデー
So
トです。
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
まずは
Uh,
おさらい
you're going to talk about the
から
glamour
ですね
updates.
はいどうぞ。はい、先日もご案内した通り所持しているものはクラスジョブやレベルによらず自由に投影可能になります、
はい
ただし武器道具は、モーションへの影響があるため同じ種類のみ、例えば両手剣なら両手剣、のみ投影可能ということですのでご注意ください。まあそれを
Oh, ranked positions, I see, in Season 1, Season 2 with color palette. No, yeah, you're right. No, exchange for commendation crystals. Okay. But also, like, but if this is ranked position, literally you only have to do like 3 matches to get bronze. So like, that's not at all what Feast was like. Feast was completely different. Feast was you needed to be top 100 to get it. As long as you're ranked, if you get that with
実際に皆
commendations.
さん試されるときにはこれ全部パーツ単位の話になりますから組み合わせは途方もないよということですのでより凝ったこの部位だけ
I mean, look, if it is, that's fine. Here's the thing, is if it's limited time, that's bad. But then if it's still also... Here's the difference. If that remains in the shop, it's still something you can work towards. Like, that. My problem wasn't the fact that Feast rewards existed. My problem is that you could never work towards them. You still have the... So yeah, if you can't buy them with trophy crystals and commendations, you need to get a platinum or higher. Well, now there's also 2 ranks above that, so it's still easier to get into that rank. But secondly, that's still, as long as they do not cycle them out, which if they do, then I'm going to be mad, you still can work towards it. Yeah. Okay, so right now a short recap about the glamour system changes.
あ、宿屋へはい
来たんですけど、
はい
まあもうここはシンプルですよね。私今黒魔同士
はいはいはい
でございます。で、
But yeah, thanks Toasty for you're right, your correction was correct, so thank you for correcting.
すごい好きなもん選びたまえってことですね。
戦士
お
Right, the recap is someone calculated how many options are possible now, and it was a very high number. As you can see, I'm a black mage. However, I can still glamour prism to change my clothing. So now they have a different outfit on. That is not, I believe that is tank? Yeah, that's the warrior. No. Is that the current warrior? Oh, I think that is.
やってみるもんですね。いけました。似合いますそうね、皆さん似合いますよねこれね。なるほどなるほど。
しっくりきちゃっててちょっと
そうですよね。
Yeah, this is the war top. Yeah. This is the current war gear and then on Alchemist.
やれるようになりますね。
Dark Alchemist come true, yeah. Finally, I can wear my canonical Elio outfit into battle. That's gonna be weird. Now I gotta debate whether I even want to do that, because that's gonna feel weird.
したかなパジャマ感がすげえから
そうね。そっか、こんなん履いてたんだったみたいな。
Part of me is like, do they really need to explain all this? But then again, I'm sure there's a lot of people who either didn't hear about it in the first place and or don't fully understand its limitations. Yeah, the scholar top. Yep. I don't feel like the artifact gear for this expansion gets enough love because a lot of it's fire.
これをあれですね、漢字一文字で表現したのが沼ってやつですね。
I'll let you guys know if there's anything interesting, but literally it's just showing, hey, every job can glam everything.
おー。ね。
これも黒魔っぽいですね。
確かに意外に着こなせるね。いろんな発見がありますね。
例えばそれ以
Yeah,
外に
yeah, no. I mean 100%. I'm not gonna be annoyed that they're trying to be over a community.
これ
Yeah, it feels so unreal. Yeah.
園芸士もうそれ投影するとですね
Hey, gathering gear.
一気じゃ
やば。ちょっと大きめの鎌に持ち替えた。
俺たち
You know, some of that's true, Zen. I think part of it, it's so easy to feel like everybody's tuned in and aware of information and realize that most people, probably, I would say the majority of players, if not the vast majority of players, don't even watch letters. So, you know, I think it's just, when you're the sort of people who are tuned in, it's very easy to be like confused how much people seem ignorant because you're like, well, why wouldn't you know that? Hell, I mean, the amount of times that happens with me with talking about lore stuff or story stuff or any sort of thing. I don't even think that's just 14.
そうですね。
Update is great, much needed, but they need to fix the spaghetti code and improve.
なんだろう持ってたからとりあえず
The problem's not just spaghetti code, to be fair, Lord. The problem is also a problem of storage rather than just the code itself. People kind of just say spaghetti code and hand wave it when it's like a more complicated thing underneath. However, we know that they want to, and specifically when housing is done, it is one of the priorities for the next thing that they're going to be fixing. So I would say look towards 8.0 for the release of something like that, especially with the fact that they're adding this now. But yeah. I know that the part of the problem is not just a back end, but also fundamental storage. It's not even, how to put this? It's not just a code spaghetti as much as also fundamental limitations of things that are not even just a spaghetti problem, but the underlying technology behind it. For instance, this is not a good example, but like 14 can't use DX12, right? Or, and that has nothing to do with glamour specifically, but like just things like that. Once we decide on a fit, there's still the coloring we want to do as well. And it's a whole rabbit hole. But yes, the theory is very simple. It's just use what you're used to. Certain class jobs, exclusive gear, starting gear, and fashion gear other than level 1 will not be treated. Oh my thanking fucking Christ! Oh my fucking Christ. Gears. This, okay, so this is their first step towards fixing it. So, for those who don't know, a lot of the level 1 gear can be treated as outfit glamour, so you squish them into basically counting as one item. Certain class job exclusive gears and starting gear and fashion gear, so a bunch more gear is going to now be squishable. So, this is not a full fix, but this is going to make it so a bunch of items in the game are now one item instead of 5 or 10. This is going to be hugely helpful. Individual items that are part of an outfit glamour can now be converted to outfit glamours without requiring a complete set. Thank. Holy shit. Yeah, the dresser plate system is not good. No, it's bad. It doesn't need defending. It is understandable why we're in the situation with it that we are, and there are both technical and just realistic limitations for it, but it is something that does need fixing. And this is going to be huge in terms of, this does not fix the problem completely, but once they get to the point that this is true for every piece of gear in the game, that makes it so at least reasonably, you could probably have all of, at least multiple job types within the dresser. Yeah.
あ、はい。まとめられるやつご用意いただきました。もうね、あ、ちゃんと揃ってるんですね。
Again, to be clear, I'm not trying to defend that the glam plate system. Like, oh no, it's fine. No, it sucks. If I could collect every piece of gear in the game, I would be so happy. I love collecting things. I desperately want to be able to store everything. Right now, I'm at 800 because I collect all the tank gear. But, so, it does need fixing. It's just, the reasons that it haven't been is not a lack of understanding how important that is. That's the only thing I think people should remember, or at least be aware of. They need to do something about letting new players know about tank killer DPS gear sub-level. Like, restricting the... You want to help me better understand, Faith, because I'm not exactly sure what issue you're talking about, and I haven't had it with my sprouts, so... You'll have to let me know. But my sprouts are people who are veterans of gaming or MMOs often. That's no. So Zen, the only reason, that's not the only reason. What happened was they had already been planning this, and they mentioned one of the reasons that philosophically they had questions on whether or not they should do it. Were various. One of the reasons was being aware of how prevalent those third-party programs. So it wasn't. This was it. That's a gross, like, not even simplification. That's just factually incorrect. But it was a part of their consideration. Yes, that is true. But they're really stressing. It really is a stressing issue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm Squish is a great thing. Yeah, this is a great stopgap measure until we get a fundamentally better system. If we get the compression system for every armor in the game, this is going to be huge. The other thing that they mentioned just here is when you start storing new glamours, it will detect already if there is a piece stored that you can combine it with. So now instead of having to pull out stuff, you can now just put one part of a thing in and then the next part if you have it later, which is a quality of life that was just fundamental because it was bad. Like, the fact that we could compress was great, but how it's
それから
it was set up was the UX of it was terrible. So much better. Because of hobo glam. Yeah. I have hoarding issue. I need all the gear. Yeah, not H100. Yep, I feel you there. DPS gear is a tank for Hawk, man. Wearing DPS. I mean, the thing is that, and Faith definitely disagree with me if you disagree, please. But like, at that level, up to 150, your gear, having proper gear isn't that important. You know? Like, frankly, like, as long as you're wearing gear that's semi-okay that lets you do it, like, are you gonna pull as fast as someone who's got the correct gear? No. But can you clear it? Sure. But, yeah. All the tank and scouting gear I'm storing, I'm gonna make out. Yeah, exactly, Fuka. There's one change that adds glamour system not requiring currently own gear to glamour if you really own. That would be nice. That would be the reason that's hard is the same reason it would. Ooh. Oh boy, this is the new crafted battle gear. Oh, that is pretty. Yeah, and to be fair, Lord, they also explained that they were listening. It's just basically limited resources. They got to choose where to put it. You know. There are gonna be some people who are gonna love this, that's for sure. Yeah, some of you guys are very excited and it shows. What's interesting is that style reminds me almost of Dunscaith more than anything. If you look at like some of the purples and the... Huh. Yeah, it's still reminding me of Dunscaith a little bit. Y'all are going. Y'all have a good time. This is the crafted battle set, correct? Yes. If you want to buy a set for cheaper, I bet Yukio might be willing to make you guys one. Yukio's been saving up resources to be able to craft like crazy. Yeah. You want to talk about another thing that needs to be compressed? All paladins need to be able to compress their sword and shield into one item. As a paladin main currently, that fucking sucks. So interesting that it's so uniformly all this style. I wonder what drove that. I mean, if it was just like someone thought it was cool. And Laffy's crafting this match. There you go. V or Ray or Infinite, if one of you guys could link the Discord, friend another reminder, people, you can join a Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. We do events all throughout the week, running all sorts of content, as well as we'll have Lord Book Club later today. So if you want help either crafting items, doing content, and whatnot, there you go. Valentine's Day came early. Oh, that's a cute red mage. Craft gear demand might be high because you don't really need to have the job leveled now. Sorry, crafters. That's also a friendly reminder. Now, if you have level 100 gear and you're level 1, you can glamour over to level 1 gear with 100. It used to be that you couldn't go higher than the thing. Yeah. Are you really fine with glamming a non-high quality piece on the Warrior of Light that you love? Are you really okay with that? Yoshi B's joking. Keep forgetting your USA focus. Well, so we are USA focused, but we have a lot of EU members. I'd love to expand it out to doing more EUs and stuff. Like 2 of my mods are in Europe. Of the 3-person mod team, 2 of them are in Europe. So we have EU players, and we can definitely run more events for them. We've had an awkward number so far, so most of them usually join in. We tend to run things later or really early so that it's a little bit easier, but still sometimes it can be a little wonky. I do expect the demand to be influenced by the glam update. So expect for a lot of glamour is probably going to be more expensive in general. No, there's no way that that's undiable. No, that's going to be diable. William, reminder, if you missed it, the Arcadion weapons are going to look great, and there's also tombstone weapons, and like there's plenty of other options, so just keep in mind that there's going to be a lot. Plus the weapons that are going to come from the trial, there'll be a lot of other styles.
バリアントダンジョン
はい
から紹介を再開して
Yeah,
はい
it's been a while since
お願いいたし
Craftable Gear
ま
was
すでは
undiable.
ここで15分ほど休憩取りたいと思いますので21時切りよく45分にしましょうか。21時45分再
Yeah,
開として
yeah. No,
い
you
と思います
are correct. Swift.
休憩のお供に今日ご用意しましたのはですね
Almost certainly, Des. Almost certainly. They won't like tank, but they will go down. The crafting this crafted set will be lower. However, general crafted prices are going to go way higher because 7.4 is going to come out and everybody can glam everything. So the weapons may still actually be worth more, and the gear may be worth more because of the amount of people buying it for glam. They are now taking a 15-minute break. So I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm going to go back to the trailer, and let's watch the trailer. I will bump up the volume a little bit. It is currently set at -12.
Peggy 16.
I just want to take a second to look at this. Also, just because it's cutting between the Arcadion and this does not mean that this is not tied to the Arcadion, but I have to think about where, like, look, its buildings like this are interesting because we only see architecture like that within Everkeep or within Living Memory, but we don't see it like this. So unless this is inside another terminal itself remembering something, the only other place that I can think that would make sense is like Lindblum, but Lindblum, in theory, should not have been hyper advanced enough to have buildings like this. I think that the M12, yeah, this being the background for that makes sense, and then it would also then be the background for M12. I think makes a potential sense because it all then if this is the architecture of, you know, Solution 9, which is kind of hard to be certain of, but it's similar at least, then it starts to track more. Yeah. So we've got Matem, we've got Sugar Riot, Dancing Green, Red Lady, other Eldite dude, and then the duo. So we don't have. So we know this is 3. So this is 1, and this is 1. So we know this is 3 of the fights. So we still don't know what the other fight is. Probably Brute on Abominator, if not the President / if not Matem. Yeah, everything burns, yeah. So this is interesting. I wonder if this is part of the attempt to heal. Because if you look, this looks like it's, the architecture looks like it might be in Treno. If you look at some of the other like sconces and candelabra. So this also being green makes me think you guys are right, and this is probably M12. That too. Oh, that's a good call, Des. Yeah. So this is the dungeon, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be going down here and then up into Treno or something like that.
A word of caution, keeper of the key.
A word of caution, keeper of the key. So we're the keeper of the key, Azim's key. Okay, I'm gonna take a second to talk about that, Hydra. I don't think it's gonna be a Kuja parallel because Calyx is already the Kuja parallel. And bear with me for a second as I say that. You'd be like, well, Kuja and Calyx aren't that similar. But the thing is that ultimately what drives the motivation of Kuja's like insanity and villainy by the end of the story is the insecurity and realization of his oncoming death. Like ultimately that like core motivation in him and Calyx is the same. So while I don't think Calyx is in the same way that Zelenia is not, you know, I always forget. I always want to say Hildegard or Hildegard, but it's not. One of you guys will get me. Or Otis is not Steiner, but is inspired by them. Yeah. The person speaking, I'm gonna guess is Shale's voice actress, but it's not gonna be Shale's character.
A word of caution, keeper of the key.
A word of caution, keeper of the key. I'm guessing it's someone in Treno, if not our mysterious Asian person. We got a behemoth, and this is inside Treno because you can see the stadium up above. If this is not the boss, this is if one of the dungeons is at least tied near it. Beatrix, thank you. So this is the Dragon Ball radar thing we saw in the photo with one of the Milala of the 9th in Treno from one of the screenshots that they showed a last live letter. The question is what is it tracking down? Presumably not Electrope. Is it life forms? Is it like there's what would they need to track down?
For fate's regard now falls upon you.
So I've known that we knew this was going to be Corvos. If you look at this color and the architecture, it is similar in parts to Whirlit, but also the other areas of the bounty. So this was, well, even once we just saw the like rug and the fairy prince or queen thing from like the screenshot they showed a while ago, we knew it was Corvos. I knew it was right Corvos right away, and they confirmed this recently. This is going to be the variant dungeon. So.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky.
These all seem to be myths of Corvos and like bounty region in general.
First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was
Which I'm
like
very
I was
excited
walking
about.
among images from our oldest record.
Okay, and I'm gonna play the voice back again.
An endless. The fate's regard now falls upon you.
Because like also Shale doesn't talk about the fate's regards fall upon thee, right? That's not a Shale. Shale doesn't speak that way.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. So if this person is the same person, then it's probably someone who's on the 9th who had never seen it. But if this is Shale, then it does make sense. The person that's now currently speaking makes sense that she had never seen an endless ocean, ever-changing sky because she had lived in Solution 9 all her life.
First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records.
Definitely sounds like Shale. I think that person we just heard talking was Shale, but the person before that I don't think was Shale, or if they were Shale, something else is fucky wucky going on. Yeah, 100% no name. Yeah, I'm super excited. I love Variant Criterion so much, and the changes they're doing are gonna bring on a lot more people and be a good time. Yeah, old Lalafell. The last time I can think of a time that we for sure saw it was Tataru in the Stormblood Four Lords quest line. Can't wait for the Oblivion Kingdom Hearts collab with the art style. Yeah, I mean even the music sounds a little bit Yoko Shimomura.
No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together.
Interesting. Also, I think we're definitely relieving Kryl in the 9th. I mean, it is technically where she's from, and I think she's going to focus on helping it to recover, to like bring it back. Let me know if I'm back. Ooh. Yeah, I forgot. So because I had been out of the house, I've totally forgot to turn on my computer's fan. So my computer was doing all of the computation and running everything while at basically 0 fan input. So yeah, don't do that, folks. Make sure your computer's good. Okay, they're still on break, so let's go back to this. Yeah. So everything is fine now. What was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was saying exactly. Oh, the main thing I was gonna get at is the main thing I was gonna get at is that I think Kryl, we're leaving Kryl in the 9th for sure. Oh, also it's at 4K. That's I'm literally on a 14 screen. God, Logitech, go away. Can I get a double check that everybody can hear me real quick? Check. Okay, that's interesting. Gotta love it when things like this happen. Weird. It says everything fine. Okay, if you guys can hear me, just know I will be right back. But I'm gonna try one more thing. But I'm assuming I just need to do a full computer. Okay, be right back. If I'm back, let me know. If I'm back, let me know. We back. Hey, what perfect timing. What a refresh pull on my part. Let's go. We'll have to talk more about the live letter after. And I will, or the trailer after. Also, I will put out a trailer analysis video. It may not be out till Monday because of my voice, but it will be out. Also, I'm not gonna lie. I was feeling real bad like an hour ago. Starting to feel really good. Which means I'll probably last the live letter and then pass the frick out. Thanks for hanging with me, guys. Let me get the score back up so I can get Muna and... And we're back. That's all I've said so far.
We're going
to be talking about the variant dungeon. Merchant's Tale. So this is going to be in 0.45, so this won't be out until 16 plus 2 months. February. Mid to late February. So reminder that they're getting rid of Criterion Savage, and now they're, instead of making it like normal, hard, very hard, stupid hard, it's now going to be normal, medium, hard. Is basically going to be how it's going to. Criterion will still be there, but Variant Dungeon Advanced is basically a natural way to onboard you into getting into Criterion Dungeon. I'll be right back. I do need to go to the bathroom, but they are going to just be covering what they already said in 7.4.
はい、じゃあどう異なるかというと、こちら次に表にまとめてあります。バリアントダンジョンは、選択、それからそのダンジョン内での行動によって、ルートとかボスが変わります。要は謎解きがあるというダンジョンですね。平たく言うと。で、プレイ人数は、1人から4人。で、人数に応じて難易度が可変します。1人っていうのはもう完全にソロですね。で、人数に応じて難易度が可変します。で、今回挑戦レベル
Yeah, this is just still going over the overview of differences. This is what we had last live letter. Does anybody need this explained?
活用していただけるようになってあり
Yeah,
ます。
straight up infinite, yeah.
なので、レベル90で突入してもですね、レベル100にシンクするっていうことになってます。で、足りない分、
Thanks, Des. I'll try that.
XP を貯めておいて、レベリングできると。で、ロール構成はこちらも自由です。もうヒーラー4人でも、タンク4人でも、DPS 4人でもいけます。
I think this is going to work out really, really well. This is exactly the sort of stuff they needed to do more of. They needed to make it so that there's more, it's not just mid-core content, but content that onboards you into the harder stuff. So now people can go from Variant Dungeon, right? Now we can go from Variant Dungeon, right, to Variant Dungeon Advanced to Criterion, instead of going Variant Dungeon to Criterion. Basically just assuming people were either casually playing, basically, or hard sweaties. Yeah. We needed more ways for people to onboard into Criterion. And that doesn't mean a lot of people may necessarily do it, but a lot more people are willing to do this level difficulty, and a lot of people who realize they like this are more likely to step into that than they would have been just going from this to that. Oh, you can't see my cursor, so never mind. That's useless.
で、レベルは100でございます。こちら、必要要件。で、ロール構成は自由です。相変わらず。で、アナザーダンジョン。こちらが、アドバンスドバリアントダンジョンからさらにボスがギミックも含めて強化された。
Also, you do not need to beat all 3 bosses in the advanced version to obtain rewards, but beating all 3 unlocks an extra room. So basically, you'll get more rewards if you beat all 3.
全部倒しきるというところが、目標になってます。こちらはパーティー構成、人数は4人固定で、ロールもタンク1、ヒーラー1、DPS2 で。
I think it'll definitely work better, Hydra. Will it be enough? No one can say for sure, but it's definitely going to be better. Night Des.
カジュアルからもう一歩ちょっとワーワーボス戦をやろうぜというぐらいの難易度になってるかなと思います。はい。はい。
I hope they go back and do more glowing tombstone weapons.
はい。一応まあバリアントアクションというのが存在していて。
Honestly, even though the trash was interesting, I think getting rid of it was a good call, because allowing people to just focus on bosses means that you're going to get a lot more people. The trash, honestly, was a filter on its own. And so while they're interesting and cool, no disagreement there. Removing it, I think, is going to get a lot more people to play and interested. I think that should be the first goal. It also decreases the amount of time, the amount of effort they have to put into developing the entire thing itself.
バリアントダンジョンシリーズは、こういう UI からね突入する専用 UI。
It's just like the other variant dungeons. It's in the book. You just click on them. You go.
でバリアントダンジョン特徴なのは冒険が進んでいくとこう読み物がね、アンロックされていて、いってこれを読むことで。
Make sure to read these if you haven't. As you unlock different notes and different routes, there's some really good lore stuff in there. And look, as we all know, Aloe ended up being one of the most pivotal pieces of lore you could know about going into Dawn Trail. So I would say don't skip out on side content. You never know.
で今回は新しい昇格物語ですよと。でここがバリアントアクションですね。はい。でバリアントアクションを設定っていうのを押すとこれはもうね、損することはないので絶対設定ねしてくださいね。
2個選べます。
そう2つ。
You done a variant dungeon, you already know all this.
僕は今ソロで行くんで、バリアントランパーと防御力を上げる。
Yes, there are clints on how to get the other paths.
突入。
Was there a new action?
まあここからもうご覧いただきました。はい。
Was it the little purple dark one? I love it. God, it does have such Kingdom Hearts feel. I love how everybody who knows was like, yeah, this immediately feels like Kingdom Hearts. The music sounds even Kingdom Heartsy.
まあ今回の冒険の舞台はなんと本の中、本に突入するという冒険になっております。本の中の出来事を、その本の中の登場人物
I bet you it's another DPS option, seeing as right now, like tanks, you don't really have a lot of fun DPS options.
いや、なぜかというキャラクターが、この本の主人公である。
I think you guys are right, because I don't remember seeing in the past.
護衛する護衛者というのが本に登場してきて、それを、我々光の戦士がやるという感じになっております。はい。
Yanazuka.
まあちょっとマップ見ます。
Also, the gleaner that we're working with is one of Yshola's sisters. We find out where this book came from in one of the short stories for Tales of Light, or Chronicle of Light, Volume 2. If you bought the digital version, it's already out.
いやー、本当ですね。なんだな、すごいな。
It doesn't sound like aggro. Yeah.
さあ。もちろん 分岐っていうのがあるんですけど、
はい
当然
I mean, fair, Dest. At the same time, though, because it's relatively low effort, it's not like you need to necessarily hyper incentivize being able to unsync it in the past like you would with like harder content. And also, there's reasons to want people to have to do it in groups, you know. But yeah. I've soloed a bunch of the variant dungeons. I've soloed on Alio one of the variant dungeons entirely alone. It's not that slow.
おすすめされてる。
右行こう言うて、
はいはい。
Oh, that's for choosing the different routes.
もうあの門気にならん
And because there's only one person, but it looks like you can vote.
一応おすすめは出してくれるんですね。
おすすめ
Yeah, chaotic is a case where they definitely need to allow unsyncing that in the future.
なぜかの選択なだけで
And to not make it that style of content. Like, I love chaotic, but they need to make chaotic be a hard mode, not an extreme or really close approaching savage mode. Like, if you are sweaty and you've got 23 other people who are like you, it's so fun. If you don't, it sucks, and it's not a good time.
決めかねてるなら。
Oh, the criterions in savage. Sure, yeah, no, that's fairness.
いらっしゃいお買い得でもうねこの辺から怪しいんだよねなんか
いや
あんちゃうのここにっていう
ほんとそうこのバリアントダンジョンはほんとそうなのよねおっと
困ってる節
これは何話すのがいいの虫がいいのみたいなねいちいち気になります
どうされしました。
ああ
運びたかった
そうですか
お前絶対そうですかって言って運ばなさそうよ物語に進展がある
うわなんかそう触れるわ
Oh yeah, I mean it was gonna look at some point we're removing the cloud cover from Ilsabard. Either it's a suggestion of pre-establishing some stuff with Corvos for going in for the next expansion, or at the very least further seeding those seeds 100%. Yeah. I mean, not only would it be very different under Garlean rule and not Corvosi legend and rule, we know that both from the 10th Legion, from the short story with Xenos and the Reaper quest, plenty of different things, right? With Locus, them coming in with trying to retake it as a Locus Amenos. But we also know that this is a book of Corvosi myths, right? So not only is this a different place in time, but the literalness of this is also in question.
ね、こんな感じでいろんな、まあ、
はい、そして物語が進むって感じなんで
ページが変わるんだ
変わるみたいな
That's funny, Faith. See, I've been playing long enough. I remember when the clouds were over Othard as well.
また全然雰囲気が違う
Oh, this is where we're gonna get the mermaid fight. I mean, this makes sense though. They live on the bounty. It's like one of the most like life-bearing areas of the entire star.
いやーなんだなそうですよねダンジョンなんでそれは敵もいますわなってことでしたそうでしたそうでした
You're not wrong, Infinite.
これは開発サーバーとか関係なくそもそも一人でいけるコンテンツですから一人でも全然普通にやれますよ
Yeah, Shisui, or even a little bit of some of the Fena stuff. I mean, they're reusing some of the assets, or they're even some of these are recolored assets from Sastasha. Very vibrant.
世話しないか。
ね、
なんかありそうなんだよな。もう。
Yeah, pretty much, Sarah.
とは何だったのかみたいな、ね。
その世話しなさをなんかにぶち当てたりしなくていいのかな。
ただ倒すだけでよかったのかとか。いろいろ勘ぐっちゃいますよね。
さすがヤシトラの親族だけあってどんどん行くね。
Aoi.
ほら。ボム
Oh, just literally blue bomb.
怪しくね
お
なんか怪しくね
確かに
チームやってるか
確かにな倒す場所関係あんのかなとかいちいち気になりますもんね景気よく爆発してますねこいつ What?
Also, Yoshija P is pointing out that this is like what it would be like if you did it solo. He doesn't have any like power things on or god modes on.
なんか違う崩れた
崩れたよほら
ねいやいやいやいやあらららら
なんか特にまだヒントはなくても発想もね。
そうそうそう。
So we know one of the roots
これをしたからでもどうなる
is
かは
the
分からない
mermaid.
そうなんですよね。
One of the roots is
なんか
Fairy
そうなんです
Queen.
よ。
And maybe one of the roots is a legendary swordsman, because we know that the Corvosi have like specific myths of their legendary swordsman and powerful skills surrounding it. We know that from the Chronicles of Light Volume 1 Xenos story from like 5+ years ago.
強そうですな。
Oh, interesting. The music that's playing is the Endwalker battle music.
身がある。あ、ちゃんとランプから出とる。
いやお前
なんだ
してんだよ。
ちょっとごつい
I
な。
mean, I guess that makes sense. Seeing as this is like in Charlian and you know variant dungeons we're doing. I wonder if that's gonna be forever though. I wonder if it's always gonna be
随分違うことやってくるじゃないのあなたっていう。
ひどいね。
variant dungeons always use the Endwalker theme.
みんなぶん殴ってくるかと思いきやですよ。
Oh wait, there was some other content recently that has Endwalker music. What Cosmic Exploration did.
おい。なんだ。なんだな。
I guess. Oh, okay. Wait, no. I guess that makes sense. I get why. It's because this is gonna be available once you've done Endwalker. So you don't. I bet you don't have to beat in 7.0 in order to do this. I bet that's why it's technically Endwalker content.
多分来んじゃない？
Yeah, it does. The boss does look like a Jin.
あ、そう。
So the Rokan. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah,
聞
good
かれて
point.
ないな。なんだ。今どうした？聞かれた感ありましたよ。今どうした？
Maybe it's placeholder music. Maybe they haven't finished the battle theme.
こいつ。
ね、こんなトライアンドエラーを繰り返していくんです。あ、
I wonder if that one's like Garen the Steer.
ガチでミスったなっていうコメントがあったんで。
I wonder if you fight the Jin in each of the different paths.
なんてことを言うんだ。
おいおい。
I'd assume so.
そういうことを言うのかい？
そうですな、痛いですな。
Well, remember, with the variant dungeon, you can level. So as long as you've reached level 90, you can still do it. So think about it. If you reached the end of Endwalker, you'd be at 90. So even without, you'd just be able to, you can do it from 90 to 100. Same with Deep Dungeon. Like, you can do Pilgrim's Traverse if you're at level 90.
これはいいってどういうことですか？
Right? I'm fairly certain.
こ
Someone correct me if I'm wrong. No, I'm certain because we had someone do it with like 97.
まあソロの時はやっぱ焦んないことですね。
あれ？ちょっと聞いてる。
From 91?
ちゃうよ。あ、無理無理無理。
Yoshi P, man, get good.
なんてこと？
Yeah,
ギミックの順番
I like these mechanics. This is fun.
いやでもこれもあれですよね。バリアントダンジョンあるあるですよね。だし道中の行動で変わったりもしますからね。
これさ、
どういうこと？あれがあ、お上手。
あ、危ない危ない。もうさ、なんかスタッフがさ、俺が反応するってちょっと。
No. So, Clover, they specifically said this one you would be able to. So past ones are different.
何？
いやー、いろんなことやってくんな。
何？ここかい？違う。
あ、やっぱ全部いっぺんなんだ。なるほどね。
でマジで。
ね、このパンチ地味に。
いや違うね。火ダメアップついてんだよね俺。
あらあら。本当だわ。
地味にというか。いや。危ね。
よく今間に合いましたね。
もうちょいや。
はいはい。なんざんしょなんか。
パレードワンダラーズがさっきのやつやなこれ。いや言ってって。
As someone who is level capped before starting pretty much every expansion, including when I was, like, I was level 80 on my Gunbreaker. I was on level 80 on multiple jobs before I got to Shadowbringers, and I joined during Stormblood. Like, obviously I wasn't 80 before, but like, it's not that hard if you're not like blazing through the story to be way over leveled. Phantom, good to see, glad to have you. Well, I can't wait till you can join us too. miss you too. Oh, but it becomes easier to afford. Oh, he's going down. Friendly reminder, if you can join us, our Discord, discord.gg/archives. We run events all throughout the week of many different various kinds. I suspect he's probably going to just teleport on. It super depends on how you play, and like also, are you doing roulettes regularly? Like I'm not saying that like everyone who does it is going to be way above. And it super depends on how you play, but like it's not hard as long as you're not sprinting through MSQ to be over leveled. If you're sprinting, you'll still be basically the right level to do the MSQ. But like, if you take a little bit of time to get through a Realm Reborn because you're, struggle with it a little bit, it doesn't take that much, a couple extra days of doing roulettes before you're way ahead on XP. Sure. Depending on the paths you take, the bosses will be different. Should we try a different path, actually? Yes, let's try a different path.
あれでクリアするとそのなんだろうロアがアンロック
されて
さっきのテキストが読めるようになるんでそれで分かったことをヒントにしつつ次の別のルートへ行ってとか
Again, friendly reminder to anybody who's joined us, I am very sick, so I'm doing my best. If I go silent or I'm a little low on energy, that is why. Yeah, thanks for joining in, Zumi. I hope picking up your mom is easy. I hope you find everything else that you need. Obviously, this stream will be up if you want to watch it later. Thanks for joining in. Super high for 7.4. I know I'm high for 7.4. I was already was super excited. I'm always super excited. I'm just generally positive on a lot. But also, just on top of all the normal reasons I'd be excited, there's a lot of good shit in this patch. And there's a lot of reason to think like 7.5 will also be stuffed, but not just stuffed, but like a lot of the ethos stuff that they've been saying they've wanted to work on, we've been seeing change for them relatively quick. Like Quantum, the changes, the variants, they're like trying to make more stuff for more people, or at least make it so that it's not like casual or sweaty. It's like there's like an actual on board. And that's just going to make things a lot better for a lot of people in ways you wouldn't expect. Like, if you are a hardcore person, you'd be like, well, what is going to make much difference? Like, well, but if there's a lot of people who are doing hard stuff, some of those people will filter into Savage, which means more party finders, more statics, more just more options. So it's going to be good. We can go back and look. I'd be curious. They mentioned specifically that it had the bits. Let's go. Oh, actually, we can just go back to the beginning of this real quick. Let's go. Yeah, it doesn't, but it may be because on that character he hasn't cleared it once, or they haven't been implemented from a UI standpoint because this is a early, not published build. I'd be very surprised if there were no notes, because they literally pointed out and mentioned that there would be notes for this. Yeah, when you get a full clear, the lore unlocks and you can read the story. So yeah, so the problem is that on this character account, he has technically not done a full completion of any of the routes, so therefore he does not have access to the notes. Yep, he mentioned it. Good call, though. I mean, making hard eyes on that gear is a pretty appropriate thing to do. Interesting. This is out probably not from the coast where the bounty is, but probably more mythically out into the mountains that we know exist between northern and southern Ilsewar. We know there's large mountain chains. So this is probably just out. This is probably, if you would think about this, would be northern parts of Corvos.
さっさと行ってあと隠れてよろみたいな感じなのがさ確かに出番です
And the other area, well, the coast would be, so if you think about Corvos somewhat centrally located in the bounty, north would be mountains, south would be the coast, east would be Bosnia, probably, I mean, for the most part. Bosnia and Zadnor. Zadnor, I think, actually, technically, of the two, would be the first you hit if you went east. And then west would be Whirlit, but before that, you'd also probably have some other parts of, like, Corvos or anything like that. So I'll be curious to look at, like, the routes and see what directions they point at. That's not always a perfect indicator, but if this one being north does align with what we would assume.
あれ水じゃない？
なるほど。
水じゃない？
こういう想像。
でも2種類やもんな。
本当
They're like, oh, there's some fire here, and those mobs are water. I wonder if there's some sort of interaction.
だ。こういうのを当てずっぽうにやってみたり、ゲームの中のヒントに沿ってやってみたり、こうやり方は様々ですよね。あとはなんともなかったっていう可能性も大いにあるわけです。そうね。
何にも関係ない？もしかしてこれ。何にも関係ないかいこれ。
水とはみたいな感じ。
火あったら消すんちゃうの？微妙に当たってないだけ？いや、そんなバカな。そこがまた分かってないのもそうですよね。当て方が悪かったのかなっていう気持ち。
What are you guys all excited for the most in 7.4?
もちろんなんか攻略サイトとか。
Why is it going to be glamour? I'm curious if there's like things outside of that are what people are number one on.
面白いと思うんですけどね。
Honestly, I'm as excited for the fact that there's more compression system as the actual availability of all of those glamours. Everything. I mean, that's valid. Savage Cheer. I'm hoping Ryundo that it looks from the little we've seen these fight, I think it's gonna be a good one. I'm hoping.
なるほど。うん。だから俺爆弾ですか。爆発させたくなんで。
If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not join us at discord.g/servers and archives. Thank you, Ray Ray.
大きな鳥。でルートごとにいろんなボスがいて、そうね。いろんなことをやってきてというのをやっていくってことですね。
That is a critter.
まあそれは何のことやら。あ、サンドボール。サンドボールね。あ。
It's. So I'm just gonna go back a second, see if I can see its name more clear. I don't know. I can't see those kanji very well.
サンドボール。
まあそれは何のことやら。あ、サンドボール。サンドボールね。あ。
I think that's not Shima. I think it's Tori.
あーでっかくなった。あーそう。怪しい。あでっかくなった。怪しい。
I can't see the first one very well. Low quality.
なるほど。それは爆発はしますよね。
そうでしょうね。
そういうことですね。
サンドボール。
Maybe that's the kanji for sand. Let me see.
サンドボール。いや、1個なくなった。
隠された。本当だ。消えた。
No.
いやいや。いやいや。
Mud Griffin. Oh, thank you, Hydra.
あ、出てきた。ああ、そう。そういうこと。汚い。
I mostly would say a lot of positive things, but I think the one thing, like, regardless of whether or not we would agree or disagree on that, I think the one thing we could for sure agree on is that, for sure. Definitely, yeah. The fights have all... I think, like, frankly, if someone's complaining about the fights, that tells me to be like, okay, there's just not... there's no winning then, you know? It's like, there's all sorts of places where it's like, reasonable minds can disagree, but the fights have gotten... Not just better, but like just a lot of general philosophy stuffs around them have been better. Oh, okay. Thanks, Hydra. Have you gone through the English version of the trailer? We did. We'll go probably through it a last time towards the end of the stream. I will also put out a trailer analysis video for it, but it probably won't be out till Monday because I'm going to need rest. Yeah, no, it's definitely a griffin, which is interesting because of the beast taming that goes on in the Bosnia Zadnor stuff with time for you. What
いや
Bornstein
ーなるほどね。うわいた。
and also obviously Leon. Yeah, different midpoint bosses. Yeah, because the Griffin is different than the Jinn. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, the fights have been great. Well, and also I just think a lot of, not even bullshit, but just I think there are more fights that I have been able to bring people of lower skill but great enthusiasm and have them learn and get better and clear with more regularity without necessarily just that being straight easier.
ラッキーパターンって言った今。ラッキーパターンっておっしゃい
My
ました。
my big problem is I learn fast, and I would rather be the weakest link in the group rather than the strongest link because I like pushing myself. I hope you guys learned Avalanche with Gallic Armanda
嫌
EX.
ですね。地味に嫌ですね。っていうかこれわちゃわちゃしてると見落とすやつなんですよ
そうなんです
ね。
I'm gonna shut up for a second for my throat.
抜けんのかい間抜けんのかいパドル入れとこ
確かにね。
またかい君
I hope this doesn't ruin it for anyone, but it always is so funny to me how simple the drum section is of the Endwalker battle theme.
11パー
Like, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it's funny how simple it is.
飛びつかないよ
自分に言い聞かせましたよね。完全にね。
あなんか嫌な予感
すごいな。
もうそろそろ行ってほしいこの人
Issue.
ああ。そうすると
Yes, there was. Yep, the first boss of Lapis Manalis. Yep.
はいもうさコメントが辛辣なんだけどはいはいみたいなはいはい
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit before. There's a couple possibilities. One is that if content is available to you at level 90, it could be that by owning Endwalker, you can do it because it's a variant dungeon and therefore have full access to all variant dungeon options as long as you're level 90. The other possibility is it's placeholder. If there's other boss music, we like for instance, when you do cosmic exploration, if you take a quest for cosmic exploration, like not the missions but the quests for it. It plays the Endwalker music because technically you only have to have Endwalker beaten to do it, not Dawn Trail. So that seems to be the It's not necessarily when it came out, but what content gates you to do it.
ゆっくりじっくり一人でっていうのもいいですし
Yeah, so the other thing is the Charlene, which is Endwalker. The only reason that that's weird Hydra is that not all of the other variant dungeons do the same thing.
まあそういう遊び方もねできるのがワリアントダンジョンのねいいところですからはいではまあ本来2人からしか行けないんですけど
Normally you would need at least 2 people to do advanced variant dungeon, so this is the hard mode. So there's now normal, hard, like savage or extreme, however you want to frame it. But basically, or easy, medium, hard. Let's frame that. So this is the medium mode if you assume easy, medium, hard. Normally you do this 2 to 4, but he's breaking it because he can.
2人からしか行けないけど1人で入りましたっていうですね。
これは別ルートとか
Yeah.
これはどうやらさっきの奥に行けば
なるほどね。
いいのかなこいつみたいな
アドバンスドなんで、基本はボス戦のみ
そうです
やるということですね。
You basically just select and you do the 3 bosses. You can beat 1 and then leave, or you can beat 2 and then leave, or 3 and then leave. The more you do, I think, the more you do, the more rewards you get. Yeah, this is pretty normal though. They've shown off a lot when it comes to variant dungeons or other stuff. Usually, but it's not out of the character fully.
ペリを練習しましょ っていうチーム、パーティーモーションに入って、まあ、練習みたいな。
はい。
で、
あ、もうそういうことすぐで、
はいはい、
すぐ
で移動して、もうすぐ。
なるほど。
There's the fairy queen that makes the rugs.
なるほどね。
Also, you probably can't hear it very well because it's quiet on theirs, and so I have them turned down. Music slaps.
まあ本来ね、
そうだよ。
一人で
二人でやるとこです。
来るとこじゃない。
確かに。それはそう。
Basically, just saying he's gonna be able to beat this alone because it's not even made for one person. That doesn't seem so bad. Oh, because it's okay.
忙しいですね。
やばい。
疲れましたね。
I like that. That's fun.
どうせこういうことする。あ、やばいやばいやばいし。
それは逃げ
This is, from what I'm seeing right now, this is seeming like the right level of challenge. Yeah, this is the right level of challenge for hard. This is, yes, this is what we need more of. This, I know mid-core doesn't mean jack shit. Like, what does that even mean? But like, in terms of like onboarding people to get them into Savage, getting people who don't normally do extremes or Savage to do this and then step up is perfect. It's still pretty simple, but it's like actual got some like intensity, but you can learn it. I mean, yeah, no, am I surprised when Soken makes another banger? No. But I will say the worst thing you can do is become complacent about appreciating the fact that he does do it. Like, because then we just get, you know, I don't want to say entitled, but you kind of get to the point where you're just like, you don't appreciate, like, actually, no, this is rad. Yeah, and then the fact that there's the other composers on the team. Yeah, part of the problem right now is that we haven't gotten enough of they haven't gotten their time to shine. It's not because they haven't put out music, but because they aren't front facing in the same way. Partly, I think, to avoid them having to be under fire of criticism and instead be able to just make stuff. Much less, but yeah, exactly, Dest. Yeah. This is gonna be good for, I think, players who want to step it up a little bit, but who don't feel they can jump on to the next thing. Reminder, this is meant to be done with at least 2, if not 4 people, so.
で、これ今まあいきなりアドバンスドでボス見てるけど、
It's the same mechanics, but they're pretty much evolved from the normal mode. So by playing the normal mode, you will learn some of the advanced you will have a sense for some of the advanced mechanics.
ギミックがちょっと応用されてくるとかいう感じなので、おそらく大丈夫だと思います。そうですね。はいはい。まあこんなところがアドバンスドバリアントダンジョンでございました。はい。
Gotta love people struggle in limit gut. Oh, they're showing an image for the new ability. Eagle Eye Shots. Deals high damage to one enemy.
バリアントアクションというのが今どんどんねバトルで使ってたようにありますので、ここから好きなアクションを持って、2つ使えるので、今回バリアントイーグルアイっていう、アクションが1個追加されております。まあ単体強攻撃ということで。これはもうリキャストごとに打っとけみたいな。
Basically just use it off cooldown. It's just a strong attack. The difference between it and Spirit Dart is that Spirit Dart affects all enemies and Spirit Dart's a dot. So this is like an actual like big deep ability.
ギミックちょっと苦手だなっていう方はヒーラーでもランパーとつけといて、で例えば DPS2 人で行くんだったらレイズとケアルもしくはどっちかをタンク役にするのに持っててみたいな感じでいろいろ話し合って決めれるので、基本的にはケアルとランパつけておけば自分でギミックミスっても、もしくは間違ったと思った瞬間ランパーと押してその後端っこの方で大丈夫自分で回復しておきますってやってればいいのでまあぜひぜひはい まあ、そんな形で気楽に遊べる内容になっておりますので、
はい、
ぜひぜひ
ぜひお試しください。
はい。で最後、今日実機ではご紹介してない、ところですね。アナザーダンジョン、一番難易度が高いやつ。こちらは、単体蘇生のバリアントレイズ2のみ、使用可能で、1体のボスにつき1人1回までレイズは使えるという制限がついておりますので。はい。
Okay,
こちらは
I think that's good.
最終的によし挑むぜという方はですね。
Basically, when you do Criterion dungeons, each player will only be able to use this action once per boss encounter, but you'll have every player will have a raise. This is I think this will make it all much more approachable. Honestly, the thing is that your other players need to be good enough to get you up because you're not going to have a lot of time to do it anyways.
してますんで、結構歯応えありますんで、ぜひぜひ。
Yeah, but this is
最終チャレンジしていただけたらなと思っております。まあ、ナザーだのさあ、
This is variant raise too, though, not variant raise. So this is like basically you have this on top of everything.
というわけで、コンテンツのご紹介でした。
はい、ありがとうございます。
はい。
For Criterion.
では続いてはこちらのご紹介に参りましょう。はい、どうぞ。クイックパネルです。
はい。今回、新たに突然発表。
Criterion is the highest. There is no Criterion Savage anymore, so that is the highest tier.
ちょっと待ってください。
まずは前回のおさらいですね。概要です。どうぞ。はい、こちらは、皆さんのフィードバックから生まれた新インターフェースです。ホットバーに入れられるものを何でもセットできる25スロット ×4 枚分のパネルです。はい。ホットバーや表示スペースを節約しつつ、エモートやギアセット、マクロなど使う時だけ表示すれば良いものをまとめておくのにおすすめですと。まあということなんですが、ってどういうことですかというのをね。
そうなんですよね。これそうこれだけを読んでも何を言っとるねんみたいな感じなので。
This isn't. Foxconn says this is inspired by feedback we got from players. Yoshi P. Just reading this will probably leave players confused, so I think we should just show it.
ちょっと待ってください。
これはまさに本当百聞は一見にしかずとはこのことか
と。では実機の方をお願いします。
はい、ゲームお願いします。おい。
まずですね、クイックパネルの呼び出し位置を覚えてください。で、先にマウスキーボードでの操作で説明した後、パッドだとどうなるかっていうところを後でお伝えするので、両方見てくださいね。はい。で、まずクイックパネル、そもそもどこにあんのっていうのは、このアクションリストのこのエクストラ、この中にクイックパネル起動アクションが入ってるので、まずこれをお忘れなくどこってなりかねないので、ここにエクストラの中にクイックパネルがあるので、
That's a good place to put it.
潰して一回置いときますね。8番にいいですか？ここにあるんで、グループポーズもここですね。はい、ここにあります。で、まずこれによって呼び出します。出てきました。
呼び出した。
これがクイックパネルです。はい。んで、ちょっと待ってくださいね。ウィンドカラー。
Capacity?
透過率を変えられる。
変えられます。
いいですね。
You can have up to 4 different quick panels with 4 each. I'm assuming each with 4 slots? Or maybe they just open to the different slots.
君、全部抜いたのかい中身に。
皿。
まっさら。
Oh, it was supposed to have stuff in it.
パネルの中身。まっさらです。ギアセットチェンジとか何にも
Yeah, I guess I'll refill the slots.
クリアだ、これ話。ちょっと待てよ。でもさ、最強じゃない。
Happens to the best of us. Yeah, so he's just putting his jobs now in it, so you could just click your job. This is how I already have my bar set up. Basically, is I have a bar that opens up and shows this. If you don't know, by the way, you can take your jobs and put them like little icons on your bars that you can press and they'll swap over to that job.
ちょっと確認してください。はい。まずアクション実行時にウィンドウを閉じるっていうのにチェックボックス つけてると、こ
Madness.
のクイックパネルを呼び出してアクションを実行した瞬間に、自動的に閉じます。はい。で、ドラッグ操作をロックするはこう間違ってね実行しようと思ってこう持っちゃうみたいなのがあるんで、それはまあ
So you can set it up, Clover. So basically, you have like a bar that shows, then you press one button and it goes away. So the thing is that you can have, so like I have a bar that has all my jobs on it. I press one button, it disappears. When I press that button again, it shows back up. So it's just a button in the corner that I can boop, boop, boop.
で実行すると消えます。
消えた。
勝手に。
勝手に消えたんだこれ。
勝手に消えてますこれ。なので呼び出して実行、呼び出して実行、消えますね。なので普段
Yeah, because it's just a hotbar. All you have to do is have a macro that turns off hotbar X. So if you have a hotbar, let's say it's all in hotbar 6, and I have a macro that says change hotbar 6 either on or off, right? You press it, turns it on, press it, turns it off, right?
勝手に消えてくれるんで、常時表示しておく必要がないっていうのがまずポイントです。はい。ここまではいいです。
Close the window on action, open the panel whenever your cursor is, open last panel used, lock panel. That's what.
クロマムギアセットを入れておきたいよ俺は。
Basically, anything that can be put on your hotbar can be put in this. So, I believe that this is what these are, and I may be wrong. Yeah, okay. So this is close a window on action. So when you press an action, it'll close the panel here. This, if you tick it, this is open panel when your cursor is, I don't know. And then this is open last panel used. So whatever panel you were last on, this is what it will open up. And this is lock the panel in place. Or lock the panel. Yeah, see, so he has lock panel turn on, so now you can't move it around.
常に置いておいて普通のホットバーのように
Yeah, 100% Kage.
使うことも一応可能です。
Not having to explain that methodology for people instead of just being able to point them. This is a better way for it to be.
マウスの位置に合わせてウィンドウを表示するっていうのをセットしておくと、まあいつもの UI ってさ、みんな HUD レイアウトでどこに置くかっていうのを決めるじゃない。例えば、まあ実行したんで消えましたね。
はい、消えました。
で、例えばここ
マウスカーソル。
Oh, forgot to change the settings so you can move it around. So now it's that wherever your cursor points, that's where it
マウ
opens.
スカーソルが
ある位置で
クイックパネルの真ん中が開くんですね。
そうです。
はいはいはいはいはい。おお、面白い。
なんで最小動作で
I can think of some crazy people who actually will use that for combat then, if they can do that, because they could like, you could just have, yeah, I can imagine a bunch of ways people could use that in crazy. It'd be insane to do it, but I can imagine savage raiding with that. I can imagine savage raiding having no hotbars and only using your abilities off of that.
これは便利。
Certain jobs would be a lot easier than others, but I can, it'd be insane, but you could do it.
みたいな使い方でもいいし、よく使うものをあえて入れていくっていうのもいいし、でもちろんそのマウスの位置に合わせてウィンドウを表示するっていうのを外しておけば、まあ絶えずに位置記憶されているので、
そういうことですね。
はい。使えますね。バトル中でも使えますんで、クイックパネルは。なのでアクションをこっちに置いておきたいみたいな。なるほど。エモートは全部まとめてここに入れておこうとかいうのも大丈
夫。はい。ここまでは OK です。
いいですか？
はい。
で、次に最後に利用したパネルを開くっていうのがございます。これは何かというと、2ページ目にちょっと待ってくれ、詰め込みたいな。とりあえず
Oh, they're afraid of opening the emote log
言いたい。
Because there
いや
might be
ちょ
unknown
カ
emotes.
ツやめた方が
Oh,
つけてねって言い
there's a couple emotes in there that aren't in the game yet.
いやちょカツ
There are a couple emotes in there that I know for a fact are not in the game yet.
俺は楽しいからいいんだよな。ちょっと待ってね。
はい
本当はここにねいろいろ入ってるはずだったんですけど。
We'll have to scan that later on.
ごめんなさいね。めちゃくちゃに入れますよ。
まあまあまあ大丈夫。皆さんのご心配には及びませんよ。未発表のって言いますけど、今なんなら見てるものは全部未発表なんだから大丈夫です。
まあまあそう言えばそうね。
Good question.
詰め込みました。2番に詰め込みましたね。
I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of like the more natural fauna. Poisonous.
とりあえず
はい
まあいい。とりあえずまあいっぱい突っ込んじまえばいい。
じゃあその上の方でお願いします。
ラリホだけ入れとくこれね、
はい
1番ギアセット入れてます。
はい
で、2番にはアクション入れてます。
はい
で、さっき言ったこの最後に利用したパネルを開くにチェックを入れておくと、今2番でラ
はい
リホを実行したじゃないですか。
はい
で、実行と同時にパネルを消えるのスイッチを入れてるので、こうなるんですけど、さっきクイックパネルの呼び出し8を押すと2から開くんですよ。
はいはい
この設定を入れておくと。
うん
なので、4をメインで使いたい、
うん
もしくは連続して同じことをやりたいみたいな場合はチェックボックスを入れておくと絶えずページ1から開く
そうですね。
とかにならないので、
はい。
これによって、
なるほどな。
どうやって使うかはとにかくお任せします。
はい。まあ選択肢が増えますわね。
はい。だからもう別に
He's gonna be very
いいよ
useful.
その機能いらんよ。
There's not. I mean, like
っていう
honestly,
のは
it's pretty self-evident just what's gonna be
いいし、
of it.
はい。
で、ここにあります通りパネルショートカットというのがあります。
Okay, yeah, those are shortcuts to the panels. It's not that you have 4 different panels. Those are just shortcuts to the different pages of the panel.
3を開く、4を開くっていうダイレクトショートカットコマンドが
はい
あるので、
はいはいはい。なるほどね。
そもそもダイレクトに4を開きたいならこれを使ってくれりゃいい。
はいはいはい。そういうことですね。
そうです。好きなページにこうできます。
なるほどな。確かにこれがいいっていう人はいそうですね。これはこれで。
そうなんですよ。
うん。
マウスの位置に出てきて、
はい。
いつでもラリフォーし放題。これは使い方次第です。本当に。で、ここまでが
うん
基本の使い方
はい
です。わかりました。これで。
大丈夫そうですね。
で、ちょっと、画面一回戻してもらっていいですか。
はい。一回生画面にしてく
2000
ださい。
だって言われたやつがシステムメニューに入ってるらしいんで。
He wants to show some other stuff, but he needs to have it cut away because there's stuff in the menus that he can't show off.
あれなのかな。
まあ
コンフィグシェアって書いてあるよ。
やばいよね。ついに音読するっていう。
コンフィグシェアって書いてあるよ。
読んじゃったら
うん。
見せるってもいいですよ。
ああ、なるほ
Look
ど。
at that.
興味深い。
They were just showing off the new quick panel or
まあ、それ
command
はそ
panel,
うだ。
whatever it's
開
called
発
in
中
English.
だからな。これはそう。
PD が OK って言ったら大体のことは OK なんですよ。
うん。
それはそう。そういうもんです。まあまあ
え
それはまた追ってね。
追ってね。パッド。
ゲームにしていいですか？
ちょっと待ってね。これだと厄介だから、こう切って、置くか。
Your kingdom for a horse, infinite.
どうなんでしょうか。
まだです。
はい準備中です。
まあ、待ちたまえ、待ちたまえ。
Probably gonna show off the command panel, the new panel for showing up.
まあでもゲームの開発サーバーなんですから、それはね 7.4 のことだけじゃなくていろんな開発が行われてるんですよ。
そうですね。
そういうもんです。
はい、どうぞ。
はい、
Be right back.
ゲームお願いします。
パッドに変えました。
はい。
パッドに変えました。
iPad です。
はい。じゃあパッドでどうやって、その クイック
Oh, he's just showing it off on
クイックパネル
on
アクションセ
controller.
ットをしていくか
Okay.
で
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because there's not gonna be anything interesting for the next 2 to 3 minutes.
さっき紹介したもうこのエクストラの中にあるこのクイックパネルね設定されている状態です。で呼び出します。でここにそうちょっと待ってよ。で設定を開くとかだともうここでそのままできるようになりますね。はいはい。でちょっと待ってよ。こいつをキャンセルして。そうアクション側から登録したい場合はサブコマンド X アクションを選んで、このいつものホットバーに登録するがあると思うんですけど、
その手順、
これを押すと、クイックパネルに送るっていうのが出てきます。でここで Y を押すとクイックパネルにこうやって
そういうこと
移動します。で置きたい場所を選んで、
なるほどなるほど、
セットです。でサブコマンド、サブコマンドここで X を押せばやっぱさらに移動させたいとか、もう削除したいしちゃったりとか、そのサブコマンドいろいろ
なるほどなるほど
できますんで。
Okay.
はい。で例えば移動するでページ切り替えたいなら
なるほどなるほど。
ここね。
はい。
And you guys controller players?
LR で切り替えていただいて。
いやでもね実際いろんな方俺見てますけど、そのイベントとかでね、すんげえパッと速い人いるんですよ。
いますねいますね。信じられないぐらい速くてますよね。
こうね。はい。で設定します。で次にですねちょっと見てほしいのが、ここにねちょっとこれ見えんのかな。でかくする。ここにさ。カーソル加速っていう謎の
本当だ
わかります？
カーソル加速、
カーソル加速っていう Y カーソル加速っていうのがあるんですよ。
Speaking of though, right now PS5s are a little bit cheaper, so if anybody wants, you should probably grab one if you're still on PS4 because support for it's not going to be. I don't know if they're going to cancel it for 8.0, but it is probably world.
加速装置じゃないんだよ。009だ。世代わかん。
Also, he's playing on an Xbox 360 controller.
で、Y を押すと2マス動くんですよ。
おお、加速した。なるほど。
ね、009が奥歯を噛むと思うんですよ。全然通じねえな多分。わかる？2マス。
はい、2マス。
なので1、2ってやると、さっき言った 5×5 の理由って、手癖でわかります？押して2マス離すと1マスなので、真ん中からカーソルスタートすると、2手で手さえ慣れれば開いて2手でアクション実行まで
全マスに
いけるようになるっていうのが音なんですよ。わからない。
The main thing is that if they were going to cancel PS4, the time to do it is during an expansion. For a couple different like technical and logistical regions. So I mean, there's no way it survives 9.0. That's just not even a question. The question is whether or not it survives in 8.0.
まあ基本的によく使うものここら辺にだけ置いとくっていうのも手ですよ。
そうですね。真ん中9マスでやりくりすれば、
それか Y でこう2マス飛ぶか、この2マス先にだけ置いとくとかも
それでもいいですね。
ありだけどね。2マス飛んでるの分かります？
そうね。だ多分若干習得が必要になるのが、2と1、その3になるところ。
そうそうそう。
Also, I promise I'm not like tired and we're just trying to like chill my throat.
執念を感じるこれ。
そうですね。なるほどなるほど。
まあなので、まあできるだけそのまあ長年遊んでいただくからこそ、手が慣れてきた時に もっとこうなればいいのにを
うんうん
ちょっと先になんて言うんだろう実装するというか。
はい
だからまあもちろんこれやっぱり14の場合だとそのマウスキーボードだけじゃなくて、
うん
まあいろんなデバイスで遊んでいただくために、特に家庭をゲームでね育ってきたフランチャイズなので、パッドの人たちがより快適にね遊べるようにっていう
Also, there's just
ところも
not
あって
and he's not really
今回
saying anything interesting.
パッドだけのモードなんでこれ
はい
ぜひこういうところも活用してですね、
そうっすね
まあ、いろんな使い方をちょっとしてみていただきたいです。これはもうね発想力次第、
はい
であと使わないのは結構もったいないんで、
うん
とりあえず普段あんま使わないけど入れといて使いたくなった時に呼び出してっていうものだけ入れといても全然 OK なんで、
そうですね
はい、あとは皆さんできっとこんな便利な使い方考えたよみたいなのが SNS とかね
そうですね
上がると思いますんで、まあぜひね皆さんで
He's looking forward to all the ways that people end up using it.
やってもらえればなと思います。で特にページをダイレクトで開くっていうので、
はい
もうその1はバトル系にして2はエモートにして、
うんうんうん
3はジョブチェンジにしてみたいな感じでもう決め打ちしちゃえばそれだけで普段表示してないけど、手癖で出せるようになったりすると思うのでぜひ使ってみてください。はい。そうですね。最初
Honestly,
すげえスピード
for
でチャチャチャってやって
Controller players, it's
まあでも
probably even more
チャットじゃないから
powerfully
さ
going to
まあ
give
そう
you space.
エモート誤爆する程度
for
で
combat.
そうですね
ネガティブなもの入れとかなきゃ大丈夫なんです。
そうそう
はいはい。まあでもすごく面白く使えると思いますんで、まあ
もう
そう
ですね
デバイスの認識を変えて、
さあ続いてもすげえやつがいきますよ。
よいしょ。
はいよござんすか。はいそれでは本日最後のブロックになりますがこちらのご紹介です。どうぞ。
はい
出ました。スト
Okay,
ラテジー
Raiders,
ボード
now's your
です
time.
はい。
これもまあ、簡単におさらい
あそうですね。
がてら
まずはね。
ちょっとした座学です。はい、
はい
画面お願いします。
座学ですはい
そもそもストラテジーボードとは。
はい。攻略中に、まあ、作戦図を
はい
常時表示、今、画面のパワーポイントの右下にあるように、バトル中にああやってメモっぽく
はい
置いとくことで、練習に使ってこのフェーズはこの3回図ここに置いとこうみたいな感じで、自分の見やすいところに置いとい
I really hope this
て
makes clears for people
使ってもらってでもちろんパーティー内
I have
全員
no
で
idea how it's gonna go
同
down
じこの3回図とかを共有してこの方式でやるので皆さん最初に確認してくださいみたいなのももちろん可能です。
はい
がまあ常時表示できもちろんねうざいから出さないって人もいるんですけど出っ放しになるわけじゃない置いては置けるんで、画面の端に置いといてこのフェーズの練習繰り返すときにきっちり覚えるようにしようみたいな使い方はもちろん可能です
はい、
はい、
では次どうぞ。作り方です。
でこれストラテジーボード、当然ですけど、
はい
コンテンツ実装された瞬間にじゃあこの攻略図も僕らが用意したからねじゃないのですいません皆さんで作っていただけるものになってます。
はい、
はいもちろんストラテジーボードの作り方ゼロから作るっていう
そうですね
まあゼロからって言いながら実はテンプレはちゃんとあるんで、
はい
ゼロではないんですけどこれはちょっとこの後お見せしますね、はいでゼロから作るはそういう意味だとまっさらから一応作れますね。
はい
でプリセットから作るがあります。
はい
はい。だからゼロから作るはなんかネタを作りたい時用です。どっちかっていうとこれ。であとパーティーメンバーが持っててすごくいいよこれみんな使ってるし持っといた方がいいよみたいなやつはパーティーメンバーから譲ってもらえます直接
はい
ゲームの中で。はい。で、あとはですね共有コードというのを発行できます、いわゆるパスワードみたいな URL みたいな、ちょっと長めなんですけどコードがバーっとできるので、それを、コピペしてですね、ネットに貼っていただいてですねそれを、入力コピペすると、そのままネットから拾ってこれるみたいな。ものにな
Oh,
って
this is actually
おり
going to
ます
help so
んで
much.
まあゲームの中でもやり取りできますし、結構有名になったからこれみんな その自分たちのロードストーンに貼っといたから、
そうですね
みんなこれ再現しといてねみたいなっていうのもできますんで、
はい
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、
もういいですよ、 SNS に貼っても、まあ、もうコピペできるところには貼っていただいて
共有コードはそうですね。
大丈夫です。
はい。
ゲーム内で完結しないのかっていうコメントがありますけど、いやゲーム内
You can share this game, the code for this, either in game or online, like the lodestone or anywhere else. So you could share this. This could be put on Twitter or whatever, or the forums, or so any like common tactic that people like can be easily shared.
配りますもありだと思います。
まあありですね。
はい、
そうですね。
はい。
で
どのプラットフォームでも関係ないんで、
はい、
まあゲーム内からでどんどんもらっていくのがいいかなとは思います。はい。
Genuinely wonder if we'll see raid clears go up to, like, drastically.
はい。
ですね、この図面、
はい。
戦闘図面、作戦図面はですね、全50枚まで、保存可能で、
はい、
フォルダが作れますので、
はい、
そのフォルダの中に、10枚まで、作戦図を入れられるので、
はい、
フォルダにですね、ボス名を書いてですね、その下にフェーズ1、フェーズ2、フェーズ3、フェーズ4みたいな感じで、作っていくのも、まあ、
できますよ。
できる。これはもう皆さんがどうお使いになるか次第なので、なので今ちょっとパワポというかね、画面に出てる通り、そのボスごとにこうやって、そのエターナルレビーのやつ、バーチャルショット1回目の3回作これみたいな感じで、はい。これつけた名前もそのまま渡せたりやり取りできますんで、じゃあちょっと
まずは基本的なところの
はい、
実機で
ちょっと待ってくださいね、
はい、ちょっと準備に入ります。
じゃあ大丈夫。
はい、ゲームお願いします。
They're gonna show it off now.
はい、出ました。
ですね、ストラテジーボードはパーティーの中にございます。
パーティーの中、ありますね、ストラテジーボード。おい。
で、ちょっとすみません、もう作ったサンプルが、
サンプル一回閉じておきましょうか。
あ、
気が邪魔。気になってしょうがなくなる。
はい。閉じました。で、今これUI 表示ね、大きくしてるんで、もちろんもっと小さくとかもできますんで。で、新規作成、まず新規作成してみましょう。プリセットしてまあ大部分こっちですよ。
まあそうでしょう。
ネタセットしてまあ大部分こっちですよ。
まあそうでしょう。
ネタの時はもうカラーからでどうぞ。で、共有コードから作成を選ぶと、さっき言った
Both cases will start with a preset.
コードを貼り付けて、
Does that mean they're going to have preset strats?
あります。はい。
I have questions
貼
now.
ってもらえれば読み込んで、
Maybe just
保存で
markers.
きるようになります。で、じゃあ新規作成プリセット。はい、出ましたプリセット。
すごいありがち。
これがですね、まずプリセットってこうフィールドの形状とか、敵どれにするのとかもあります。
Basically, this is the shape of the battlefield. Yep.
全面グレーで作りたい。
特に形
This is the party.
グレーでいきます。正方形。まあね。
なるほど。
Guild markers, party, boss.
どれで作りたいかっていう選べます。じゃあまあ、で、よくあるフィールドマーカーも、デフォルトは、ね、設定なし。ただね、デフォルトからこうなってます。だって置くでしょ。
まあ置きますわね。
置くでしょ。四方ね。ABC。で、こう8方向。
よく見る。
ただ、これがですね、8方向2というのがあるんです。これがね、なんか宗派がちょっとあるんですよ。
そうね。
That's so funny. That part of the presets is the different directions. They know their player base. That's funny.
もうね、どっちも用意。
プリセットなのに両方カバーしたんですね。
それはもうどっちか
なるほどね、
使っていただきたい。で、あと他にもフィールドマーカーはこう密集
ある
4つ置いてね、ここに捨てて出ていく場所とかね、いろいろな使い方ありますよね。で、密集に
I gotta imagine that there's gonna be at least a meaningful sum of people who this is just gonna make a lot of battles make more sense too.
そうね。
8方向3回、
はい
しかもドーナツみたいなありますね。
なるほど。
一周4。
はい。
はい。ね、というわけで、まあ、マーカーもこうやってプリセットがあるので、
はい。
こういうのをアレンジして作ってって
うんうんうん。
くれれば大丈夫です。
はい。
で、ここでちょっと一旦これをもうどうしようかな。
配置する。はい。
配置するってやって、
はい
こっからがいろいろやれるんですけど、
はい
一回どうしようかな。ちょっと保存します、
保存しますか。はい。
これ新しくね。
はい。
もういいよ、これで
Thanks
こ
for
れは
it.
作った。
うん。できたと。
どうしようかな。フォルダはなしで、
はい。名前が付けれる。
ね。あ、ちょっとこれも大きくした方がいいの。
3回図。吉田式。
こういうね。
なるほど。はいはい。
で、これで保存されました。
されました。
で、これを
He's creating a
共有する
folder
ってや
with
る
his name
と
on
他
it.
の人に共有できるし、
ああ、なるほど。
まあいろんなできるんですけど、
はい。
ちょっとここで、
はい、
これが普段、誰かからもらった吉田式3回図もらったわ俺って。
はい。
ただ、ちょっとなんか違うんだよなって、何が違うかっていうと、ストラテジーボードをどう表示するかを使えてですね、これ実は日本だと、
はい、
DPS の表示ってこう、D1、D2、D3、D4 で全部 DPS マークなんですよ。
確かにマクロそうですね。
ただ北米欧州は、
If you want like just DPS markers 1, 2, 3, 4, but however you can also do melee 1, 2, ranged
海外からもらった3回図、置き換えないと使えないみたいにならんように変えられます。
Probably thinking of Hector's guides.
こっちでやっときますからと。
なので、どっ
And
ちかの
probably
モードで作ってもらって、
I bet they'll still make videos though, because a lot of people want it visually. Just having static images don't help. Trust me, if static images help people, video guides wouldn't exist.
で、
これ楽ちんでいいです。
例えば、これタンクでやると、
In Japan, every DPS uses a DPS marker D1 through 4, but in EU and NA, players use different role icons depending on range.
強調表示は何かっていうと、設定しないってやっとくと、
Which is interesting. I didn't know that Japan didn't do that.
で、今僕 D4 で練習してるから、でもパッと見た時に俺どこだっけって、そんな落ち着いて見てられないから、ここでもう D4 を強調させよう、この3回
なるほどね。
なるとこうやってね強調されるんで、私ここ、
これはいいよ。あるもん。うわー、今日 H2 だったっていう時ある。
そうだからそういう時に同じこの図面ストラテジーボード3回図吉田式を使ってんだけど、普段からボルボルはたくさん、やばい今日は普段ずっと H1 なのに
白間かぶりで H2 だったわ
2やってくれって言われたって時に、いやお前は俺は H2 って強調する時にこう
そうね、
こういうふうに
そういつも心の中で呪文のように唱えながらこ
そう
なるほど
っていうこともできるし、固定パーティーとかだともうこの DPS とかを全部もう固定
I'm not seeing anything that it lacks.
自身のクラスジョブのアイコンがあった場合強調するっていう設定もできるようになってます。
なるほど。
はい。ここ結構ねせっかくこう皆さんで共通で作ってもらったものをあんまり国ごとにとか地域ごとにカスタムしなくていいように切り替えを用意してあるので、ぜひちょっと使いこなしてみてください。
はい。
Shouldn't be any reason it can't.
で、さて3回図吉田をさらにちょっといじっていこうかなと思っております。オブジェクト追加をそうですね、まず、こういうのが出てきます。
わあ、いろんなアイコン
これはまず
各種ジョブのアイコンとかね。
Oh, they have a symbol for barrier healer versus pure
Hi,
healer.
hi, hi,
That's
hi.
cool.
まあね。
はいはい、そうですね。
で元に戻すアンドゥがここにありますんで、
あ、
キャンセルね。
はい。
まあキーボードだとどうしてもねコントロール Z 押しちゃうんですけど
押したくなりますね。
すいません、ここにアンドゥがあるんで、アンドゥを押してください。
はい。
で、まあこれただアイコン置くだけやん。
うん。
これあり
う
ます。
わー、おもろ。
様々用意してありますんで、
ちょっ
押すから
とワクワクしますね、これは。
扇が来ます。
はいはい。
回転させます
Hell
し
yeah. People are just gonna use this to make art for no reason.
あはは。
I'm calling it now. People are just gonna make art in the strategy board just because.
このままだとね、T2 さんがね、
はいはい。
ちょっと食らってしまいます。ね。
うん。
そうだな。さらにこの時同時にボスから
あ、ドーナツですかそれ。
そうドーナツがね出ます。
狭っ。
いやこれね、ほらそのドーナツを、
はい。
まあこれグリッドスナップ切り替えもあるね。で、
あ、スナップもするんだ。いいですね。
おっとこれを解除マクロってあるかい？
はい、生カメにしましょう。
思わずやっちゃった。タイムだよ。
生カメにしましょう。
思わずやっちゃった。
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back because I can just. That's just turning out nothing. Too...
タイムだよね。あ、違う。
I promise after this I'm gonna be resting. I may even have to say we'll pause book club.
すごい
If
今
I promise I will rest. I spent all yesterday resting. I know I'm tired, and I will promise I will be.
いや、まあ、今の何かっていうと、
はい、
情報漏洩を防ぐために今ウォーターマークを全開発入れてるんですよ。
Yeah, although Dest, all you would have to do is then just make the next instance because you can go through them, right? Make the next instance the arena that you want, or for the next part of M7, right? Because you don't have to do just one part of the fight. Because each frame, part of the frame, you could swap to a different
はい、実況もして大丈夫です。
ゲームお願いします。
Thanks, guys. Well wishes make me.
でさ、まあ当然ね、こんな狭くてでかい攻撃範囲な。
Just since the start of this stream, I have drinking 3 things of Gatorade. I have drinking 4 water bottles of water, and I've drinking 2 cups of tea. So very much so.
プロジェクトの編集ができるので、そもそも
Oh fuck yes! Oh cool. So you can actually. Okay, so you have like menu control. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go.
で、10日度も変えられます。薄くしとく。
なるほどね。見やすく。
で、範囲角。
うわー、
これね、
すごい。
これが作れるんですよ。こんな感じです。
すごい。意のままですね。
はい。
あは
で、
あ、はいはいはい。
はいはいはい。
ほら、ドーナツ幅も。
こんなぐらい。
なるほどね。
そう。
はいはいはい。
This is just gonna make progging more fun too, though, because you can like really incrementally set your understanding of the steps. For people who struggle.
で、
はい。
この状態だとさ、
はい。
さらにどうしようかな。
Look, if anybody can use the strategy board to draw me a Cactar or a Gabi, I'll be in your
視
debt.
線が来るよ。いや、外周になんか俺ね。
なるほどなるほど。でっかい何か外周からね。
そう、目線が来るよ。
はいはい。
で、じゃあこのままだと3階にならないから、ね、ここで活躍するのがね、レイヤー操作ですね。今ってもう重なっちゃってるじゃないですか。
あ、それはそうですね。はいはいはい。あ、そうか、全部上に置いてってるんだ。
なのでもう視線3、これオブジェクトロックするんでもう動かないでください。あなたも動かないでください。はいはいはい。あなたも動かないでください。で、こっちをね、
To those of you who make these boards so we don't have to, I salute you.
例えばですけど、レイヤーの一番上行ってくださいってなると、
ああ、本当だ。
そう。
あ、手前に表示されてるし。なるほどね。
こうなれば
触れるようになる。
下をつかまず触れるようになるんで、まあこうね。
うん。
はい、ちょっと待ってよ。じゃあ。
You can individually lock layers so that you don't have to worry about them. So for instance, he locked the donut, he locked the donut so he can move everything in and around it without. Yeah, this is just smart. This is just good.
MT さん、あえてね、南を向かせてくださいと。
あ、なるほどね。A 側に視線があるから。
そう。みんなが殴り続けながら誰も視線を見なくていいように、ひっくり返してくださいと、あえてね。で、MT さんは視線が発動するタイミングだけ南を見てください。
一瞬ね、チラッと。なるほど。
そう。で、こうやって、テキストいろいろ書けるんですよ。お絵描きツールみたいに。あと、
different utilities.
おー、すごい。
回転するやつ
作
れるんで、君はでテキスト書きますと、
Oh, you can add notes, like literal text notes.
視線
そうなんだ。テキスト入るのすごいね。はい。なるほど。
Nice.
こんな感じで、まあできるんで。
はい。で保存しておけばいいと。
I genuinely can't imagine that we don't see Savage Frog or Savage completion number not increase by at least a couple percent points because of this.
こうやって作って。
I mean, it's never you never really know. It's impossible to really quantify, but still.
じゃあこれで、一応基本の作り方は分かったと思いますので、ちょっと一回パワーポイントに戻って、作例のまあそこにも見れるんですけど、一旦そうですね。パワーポイントお願いします。で実際どんなものができるんですかっていうと、はい。
これは開発チームが普通にすでに皆さんがいろんな攻略をこれまで
We looked at strats to test if we could put them into the strategy board. So basically, they took already existing strats and made sure that already existing strats people used could be made in it. That was their like use case.
多分詳しい方であればどれがどのフェーズのやつなのかっていうのがまあ分かるんじゃないかなっていう。
Like that one, bottom right, that's Zelenia. That's
that's
Zelenia Extreme, Recollection Extreme. I know that one.
っていう。
はい、もう一画面ございます。はい。次行ってみましょうか。こんなのもいけます。
工夫しないで
top left.
そもそもさっきテンプレートの中にあんな形のマップは存在しなかったんですけど。記号をいろいろ組み合わせたり拡大したりパラメータいじると作れます。はい。あれを。
Like Armando.
確か直線範囲を組み合わせたんじゃなかったかな。
そうですね。直線範囲を攻撃としてオレンジとして使うんじゃなくてグレーにして直線範囲をなんていうんだろう台形 X にこう置いてマップ代わりに見せてその上に頭回りの位置を。
Also, they pointed out that you can, if you play around with the parameters enough, you can make custom layers. Like if you look, they made the Sphere thing at the top. Managed to make the Sphere first win phase as a layer.
何でもこういうのは作っていけますんで、でまあ繰り返し言うんですけど、全員作るではないと思っていて。やっぱり攻略で動画を上げる方とか、それからウェブで動画を攻略をされてる方とかっていうのはやっぱりご自身のものが広まってってみんなで使ってもらえるのが喜びだったりとかする方もたくさんねいらっしゃると思うので、ぜひね皆さん作って有効させていただけるといいかなと思います。はい。はい。次の字がさっき話したそのやつを。
そうですね。次のページ行きましょうか。はい。はい。でこちらが先ほどの DPS の表示切り替えですね。
ここは 画面を
Yeah, top left is Fiend. Yeah, it's
い
just
ちいち
Fiend
も
win
らって
phase.
きた
Yeah.
やつを編集しなくても日本で主流の D1、D2、D34、D4 か欧米で主流の金1、金2、1円2でアイコンスタイルをね切り替えられますのでわざわざ2つパターンを保存する必要がないということになっております、でもう一個じゃあ行くか。
そうですね、言っておきましょうか。
じゃあこれリアルタイムに編集ってどうなの、共有って可能なのっていう部分なんですけど、編集している様子を画面共有
For those of you who like doing EX but don't consider yourself sweaty or very good, how many of you look at this and think this will actively help me? Like what I'm really curious is how many people this will help who aren't.
こんな感じで3回しませんみたいなのができます。
はい。
はい。
I don't even want to say high end.
ので
Actually, even if you do clear Savage and Extreme content, if you don't learn quickly, do you think this will help you? I'm curious for the people who don't learn quickly if you think it will help.
4単4で分かれよう。あんな細かく作る必要はない。
Oh, sweet. You can edit, share them in real time.
こうやってざっくりアイコンバババって並べてくれれば H2 行きますとか、D4 は右ですねとか、こんな感じで、
Oh, that's gonna be huge.
作っていけるという感じでございます。では、ちょっと
So big.
共有をしてみましょうか。
はい、よろしいですか。
Honestly.
今パーティーを
I could be very wrong from a technical standpoint, but the fact that you could share UI elements like that in real time was probably a non-trivial thing for them to develop in the first place and may suggest other changes for other things in the future.
あ、じゃねえか。
共有が先ですかね。
閲覧モードだよな。あれだよね。あれちゃう？
共有する側は編集画面から。
ああ、そっかそっかそっか。
そっちからですね。
ここにこのまあこれを今、パーティーメンバーと共有しようって思ったら、まあ今パーティーに1人入ってもらったんで、まず
Static
共有
prog
したい
sessions
人
goes significantly quicker. I'm
から
hoping.
パーティーに共有するって。で、リアルタイム共有を開始する。こっちですね。リアルタイム編集したいな。
I mean, yeah, it's gonna happen no matter what, Lord. I mean,
リアルタイム共有開始します。
I don't know if you were around when they first released adventure plates, but need I remind you about what the Dragoons did?
なんかなんつうの
I think that's a either case by case they'll handle it situation or a if something basically if no one's hurting anyone it's fine, but then if anyone like if it gets out of hand stuff.
するともう一人これパーティーメンバーなんですけどウルダ派におるんかな。
Yeah, 100% stun.
であそこに右下に出ます。共有されたぞみたいな。で開くと
これで今共有
こうなりますね。
されてます。
されてます。
So he's opening the board that
で
Yoshipi's
じゃあ
editing.
画面をすいません。
So you can edit it in real time. Oh, are they all they had to do was be in a party? They didn't even have to be in the same instance?
で左が吉田の画面。
はい。
右がリュウさん。
Oh.
そうですね。
Oh.
そうですね。
I could be wrong.
共有を開始してる
But the fact that these can be edited while two players are not in the same instance tells me that they did some work under the hood to make this happen. And that bodes hopefully well for UI user experience going forward. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but yeah, okay. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but I would expect some form of UI overhaul in the next 2 to 4 years.
ボス上行ったんでとかそういう時に実際に見せられることができる。
Yeah. The work that would have been needed to done to get this to work in this way. I mean, I guess maybe if they fully built it from scratch to function, wouldn't have to worry about old UI rules. But this and the command panel at the same time makes me think that they're already working on UI/UX overhauls.
そうですね。バババッとやるのが多分一番早いんじゃ
I
ないか
got
な
that reference if it
思います。
No, but this isn't just a cool thing. That like the work that would have been necessary to make this work in this way would have had to. Here. I think they started talking about it. Yeah. Okay. And this is how it looks for other people in your party. If you get a notification, left side of the editor bar, the only person who started the sharing can edit. It might feel like slight lag, but since everything is going through the server, this is the best we can do, and I think it's pretty good. No, it's fine. And honestly, you know what the thing is showing people this is actually a visualizer of how lag works in 14 and the server ticks. Yeah, 8.0, I was already really hyped for 8.0 in terms of quality of life stuff. 8.0 and into 8.x is going to be real interesting. I don't want to say it will be really good for UI because we don't know. But I would suggest that there's some good quality of life coming, and we'll get announcements of such at FanFest. Speaking of, we have a lot of people, I think 16, almost 20 people from the Eorzean archives going to FanFest. So if you want to meet up with us, just know that we'll be there. You can definitely come hang out. Ishbi says, and for all the DPS, usually it's the supports who have the really serious strat discussion, and DPS just start jumping around and accidentally pull the boss.
ボス側にビョンっつってピンってなって何してんのみたいな空気になるんでぜひですね
Please at least listen to everything. Don't just ask, are we ready, and pull.
共有されますんで作戦会議中ねそうですね作戦会議中に共有されるんでせめてねちゃんと見て
Just say the line about samurai.
じゃないんですよ途中も聞いといてくださいねあるんですよマジではいなのでちゃんと
身に覚えのある方がいっぱいいらっしゃった
聞いていないとダメですよはいで俺どこみたいな、ね、いるんだよマジでぜひですねまあ本当 7.4 でたくさんのコンテンツ入りますんで、ほんのちょっと遊びで使ってみるでもいいですし、普段からねお絵かきっぽく使おうぜでもいいんで、いろんな使い方本当に攻略だけじゃなくてできると思うので、ぜひぜひですね遊んでみて。
I really cannot imagine anything else that this thing would have needed. When it goes live, we'll know for sure. The only thing I can imagine that someone would want is for it to like auto switch different attacks as the fight goes on, but that shouldn't be because then that's basically approaching.
で最後にちょっと受け渡しの部分だけまとめておきましたので、パワーポイントで確認しましょう。
No, I think they've succeeded. Looks like they've nailed it.
パーティーメンバーならサブコマンドからワンボタンで直接受け渡すことができます。
今のリアルタイム編集じゃなくて、その1個上のサブメニューにあったパーティーに共有するっていうのを、押すとさっき KK の画面で右下にこう出てくるんで、そこから受け取れます直接。はいはいでさっき50個まで保存できるって言ったんですけど、なんと一時保存領域が20枚あるので一応とりあえずそこに一時保存しておいて、確かにこれいいねってなったら、50枠の方に入れるみたいなことが可能なので。
Save up to 50 of your own, and then you can keep 20 in your temporary storage. So 50 of your own and 20 of someone else's.
流れちゃいますから。要は送信受けるために古いのから勝手にこう抜けてっちゃうので、気をつけるようにしてください。
取っときたいのは
ちゃんと50枠
100% Lord.
入れておいてください。でさっき言ったように、次があるか。
No, and I think they've been really actively trying and specifically to make it so people don't have to. They've said so. Like Yoshibia specifically said so. In at least 2 interviews I can think of within the past 4 months.
ボスのこうね、ごと
今のこの画像で言うと、エターナルクイーン丸ごと渡すが可能という。
エターナルクイーンここに全部入ってるからこれごとあげるねみたいな。はいはい。できます。はい。
で次もう一つの渡し方です、共有コードを使って受け取る方法です、はい、こちら共有コードを使えばゲーム内だけでなくウェブサイトや SNS などを介して受け渡しできますということです、はい、概念としては受け渡す側がコードを作って
I'm so curious if this will homogenize strats further, or if it will make them more varied. I suspect it won't change anything. I suspect there will be one dominant strat, and you'll have maybe 1 or 2 that are competing. But I don't know. I don't know. I suspect it won't change much, but I think it'll definitely be for the better, that's for sure.
コードが来るということでございまして。
そうですね。だからまあその保存領域が、フォルダ内10枚、最大、50保存なんで。
V, if you're watching, if Disa's chilling, unless she's asleep, if you want to bring her in, I think you could do some kick time. You can also save the codes and then just enter them later. So even if your storage is full, you can just save someone else's codes and just like put them in later. So you effectively have a pseudo infinite storage. Just make a Google Doc with all of them listed.
現役じゃなくなったな一旦っていうやつ
Oh, okay. Yeah, no
を
worries.
コード化しておいて取っとけばいいっていうことにもなりますね。
はい。共有コードはさすがにフォルダは無理ですね。
Yeah, and that's always the case, stunt, right?
ごめんなさい。無理なんで。はい。コードは図面単位。
I can't imagine it's going to be that big. There's no reason that it should be larger than usual.
はい。もろもろご活用いただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
まあそうですね。ロードストーンとかを利用。
Ooh, yeah, good question, Infinite. We'll have to talk on that. Honestly, T Discord probably needs a little bit of overhaul with how many coins we've got anyways, so we'll definitely have a powwow with mods.
なかなかですね。だからクイックパネルもそうですけど、使い方の
Because she's still a toddler and she has to get put down for naps and sleeps, otherwise she goes crazy.
そうですね。あとはその今はコンテンツと攻略っていう機能としてまあ作ってるし、コンテンツ攻略で
And because V suffers the consequences of that because she's the one who has to take care of Disa in the morning when she's most insane.
なんかお絵描きとかそのいろんなねネタもね増えて、やっぱりユーザークリエイテッドコンテンツのまあ一つでもあるかなと思っていて、まあそこも含めてまたフィードバックいただけると、はい、また面白くしていけるんじゃないかなと。でもちろん例えばあとその今って、その3回図吉田式をフェーズ1だとするじゃない。
Oh.
フェーズ1からついに2に行ったってなった時に、まあちょっと手動にはなっちゃうんですけど、2ページ目ってやると、そのフェーズ2をそのまま表示できるんで、場所置いといて一回閉じてさっきのフォルダから開いてってやらなくても
He's talking about like swapping between the different pages.
フェーズ2に並べておけばね、そう
like in the strategy board.
出しっぱにできるメリットはそこにもあるんですね。
そうですね。出しっぱなしにできるっていうところはあるんで、まあだから付箋貼ってこう
Oh, so you could combine the command panel and the strategy board. So for instance, you could save strategies as like things, and then you could like keep swapping between them as you go and open up different ones at different times. So. Some players have posted it on their screen, and I won't get rid of all of them, but it make it easier. Some players have post-its on their screens. It won't get rid of all of them, but this should make it a lot easier. Am I the only one who just like... when I see a guide or something, I like stop, and until I can run it in my head, I don't... Like that's how I learn. I think I might be weird. Like I've never used a sticky note before.
知りたい場合は作戦図を使ってみたいな感じではいおります。はい。
ぜひぜひご活用ください。
ご活用ください。
職人の皆様の作品をお待ちしております。
はい、楽しみにしてます我々。
Not to, and I want to be very clear, I'm not like trying to like cast aspersions or say I'm more skilled because I'm just like, I'm just curious.
あとあれですね、空想の中で私の考えた最強の
ギミックみたいなと展開図みたいな。確かにそれで企画コンテストするのもありかな。
Oh, they're talking about holding a contest if people can create their own mechanics out of the strategy board. That's a great idea. I love that idea. They should definitely do that.
ビジュアル化できる人がきっとね、いるかも。
Use small spiral notebook. I find I don't memorize it if I use any kind of note or picture because I'll it's like a crutch for me. Like you know, so that's why I like force myself to like learn it. If you use them because they're third-party tools.
ね、顔の怖い列車とかいろいろあるんですけど、
Well played.
今日はたくさんあったので、はい。まあぜひ。
Okay, that is all about the features for 7.4. Now the usual announcements. Okay, we didn't hear anything about blue. Looks like we're getting blue in 7.5.
お知らせ事項がありますので、それを確認して PLL 締めたいと思います。もう少々お付き合いください。 最初のお知らせこちらです。
Fan Festival in 2026 in Berlin, website and tickets.
ファイナルファンタジー14ファンフェスティバル2026
You wanna go in Berlin? Crepe, if you're here.
欧州ですね。欧州ファンフェスのウェブサイトとチケット情報が公開されました。
Well, Beastmaster. Well, we knew Beastmaster was going to be in 7.5. We've known that for a while. Beastmaster is going to be in 7.5x. We don't know where. But it looks like we're getting Blue Mage and Beastmaster in the same. I mean, we'll probably get one in 7.5 and the other in 7.55 or 5.8 or something like that.
チケット抽選応募が来年2月6日から開始となります。
I mean, to be fair, if you're going to drop them together in some place, it's gonna the place to do it is at the end there because it's. Think about like the amount of time you can spend farming that content. Nope, no showing off the new mounts or minions. I will like that's the thing I'll say is that if they had to be stacked somewhere together, 5 and 5.5 are the places. Wait, what? Wait, wasn't this the fucking Fantasian? Yeah, yeah, Fantasian.
主要キャラたちのコスチュームを作りましたんで、ぜひですね。髪型。
Yeah, the fact that we haven't had a new custom delivery that there's only Nido Wickway is... I really think it's just because Cosmic Exploration, we have like such a strong piece of content that is just crafting focus, that in a meaningful way we don't need custom deliveries in the same way because Cosmic takes its place. But I do feel bad that we don't, like, from just a characterization standpoint, have another one.
続いてこちらです。FF14 TTRPG
Hey, update to the TTRPG
の予約受付中でございます。こちらも根強く人気をスタンダードルーク初1ご確認いただければと思いますのでよろしく。
Fantasian's okay. If you really like classic style RPGs, like if you really like, I don't know, like Final Fantasy IV or stuff that it's one of those with some slight twists. But I mean, if you liked Bravely Default, you'll probably love Fantasian. That's what I would say.
ファイナルファンタジー14グッズショップ in 秋葉原が12月19日金曜日オープンということで
Look, as someone who just recently got the Academic Advocate achievement by doing 50 weeks of Ameliance, like I feel you there.
記念しましてグッズの先行販売も予定しております。なるほど。で特典のポストカードなんかもあったりしますので、こちらも詳細はリンク先にありますので、そちらご覧いただいて。
Well, there are quests in Cosmic where various NPCs show up. I mean, that's. I'm assuming you probably mean something else, but there are. Like, for instance, that's where Ishola's sister shows up and a whole bunch of other characters. But I'm assuming you mean more MSQ related, which is kind of hard to do because Cosmic is tied to Endwalker, not to Dawn Trail. Like, you only have to have beaten Endwalker to do it. You don't actually have to have or beaten Dawn Trail. So you can't tie anyone who's Dawn Trail centric character. Yeah, like Sadu. Yeah.
よろしくお願いいたします。はい、次です。ほい。プリマニアックスのコラボレーションフレグランスの第2弾が発売となります。ね、今回はこの3キャラ。そうなんですよ。今日ね、たまたまある現物もこれ実物サンプルらしいんですけども、今回はこのお三方ね。
ヒトロダイウス、ベーネス、エメトセル。これ中身本物なの？
本物サンプルですね。そうそう。
Look, of the three, well, I'm just gonna put Vana aside because of implications of that, but I mean, Hythlodaeus is probably the biggest smelling good. Yeah. How bad could it be to import?
水とかじゃない。
大丈夫なはずです。
Night Hydra, I'm gonna be heading out in a second here, so I'm just gonna see if there's anything. There's probably not gonna be anything too much. Preemptively, in case anyone's heading out, I just want to say thank you for spending this time together and watching this stuff. And sorry, I was sick, so it was a little bit lower energy in reading. But 7.4 is looking to be real good, and we got less than 2 weeks. So make sure you go finish your PvP series rewards and have a good time. No reasonable argument against that. Let's smell the bad. Yeah, Vana is practically yours. Dog girl, but you know. You're not wrong.
今すでに 受注を受付中ですね。
うん
12月21日までの受付、20時まで、12月21日。
Why does Vana have such like a,
ぜひともご検討
I'm not serious, but flat look going on there?
エオロダイルさんね、またこれ爽やかさ
I feel like drawing Vana without like a sense of joy in some way is a crime.
では次です。どうぞ。はい、ゲーミングネックスピーカーの最新機種 FF14 エディションが予約
V, you were saying I needed new headphones.
こちらパナソニックと FF14 サウンドチームが共同開発した SGGN01 からさらになる改良を重ねた最新機種、
はい
このね GNW10SFF がコラボ特別デザインとして登場と。こちら12月12日、もうすぐですね、
はい
発売予定、予約したっていう方もいますね、
うん
ありがとうございます。こちらも何気に現物ございまして、こんな感じのなっており
Do those work? Like, does it isolate only to around you? Because otherwise,
そうやってましたよね。
やっていただいたらしい。
why would you?
なんか俺マッサージ機に見えるんだよな俺つけるとな。
そうしかも黒の黒はあまり目立たなかった。
これ何？
それはなんていうのワイヤレスだからこっちが
ああはいはいはいはいはい。
送信元です。
なるほどなるほどね。
はい。そういいですよ。これ意外にねやっぱこう物理のスピード出るのがこの後ろ側に実際来るじゃないですか。
うんうん。
なんで。
ああそうね。
そうそうそう。このサラウンド感。
びっくりした。肩凝ってんのってさ出てさ凝ってんに決まってる。
Who said he was talking about how it's like it reminded him of like a massage chair, and then he was talking about it being weird on his shoulders. I think that's what he said, anyways. I didn't check the translation. No, they don't have the translations on it.
いいですよね。はい。こちらも、もう間もなく来週ですね。12月12日発売ですので、ぜひともご検討ください。はい。では次です。
Yeah, that would be nice.
こちらはセールのお知らせですね。
Hey, yeah, if you guys care about the collector edition upgrade items, go check them out.
こ
You
れ
can
まで
get
に
them.
あるねコレクターズエディションのアップグレードに対して 50% オフのセールをやっております。
Yeah, no, exactly, Lord.
気に
It
はな
might
っ
be
てた
fun
け
if
ど
you
逃したんだよ
live.
なという
I mean, I live in the mountains, but I would still at that point, I'd rather just have like I have speakers and I have these. It's like if I'm not gonna like why not just have blast from the speakers? Like what's the benefit there, you know?
です。パッチノート朗読会です。こちらが12月16日放送予定。
Note reading as usual, nothing too crazy
という
there.
ことはメンテは当日メンテでした。
そうですね24時間じゃないですね。
It will not be a 24-hour maintenance.
パッチ日当日に、まだ時間は調整中ではありますが、いつものパッチノート朗読会をやらせていただきますので、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
Like it was bone conductive or something, I'd get it. You know, like if it's like, oh, nobody around you can hear it and you can have that on you, that's cool.
メンテはやりたくないが我々のチーム方針ずっとなんで、まあ今回もできるだけ24時間じゃない形で、どうして
We
も
don't like doing 24-hour maintenance if we can avoid
大規
it.
模メンテナンスとかが重なっちゃうと、どうしてもメモリとかね、いろんなものを一旦きれいにするために時間かかる場合があるんですけど、今回は大丈夫なので、はい。で、まあパッチノート朗読会はもちろん12月16日にやるんですけど、もう一個だけ、
そうでした。
飛び込みでちょっと一個がまあ主に日本の皆さんになんですけど、
I mean, it depends. As long as you tell people, as long as if you want to go in and ask people from T to help you, and you're like, hey, this is the situation with the trial in the dungeon, I think people will be happy to help.
と思っていて、初のちょっと試みをこれ
One more announcement, mainly for the Japanese
その
players.
中でちょっと次のページどうぞ。はい。ゲームコンテンツテスターとい
Ooh,
う方たち
I need to send this to a
を募集した
friend.
くてです
I have a friend I need to send this to right now.
1月中旬からまあ3ヶ月のちょっと短期なんですけど、まあ今後第2弾とかもやっていこうと思うんですけど、ゲームの14の上手い人、
なるほどね。
ひたすらコンテンツをやっていただき、ひたすらジョブ回し続けてみたいな、我々と一緒にバランスとコンテンツの調整をしませんかという学生の方もアルバイトからなんで、
そうですよね。
ただまあそこは当然なんていうんですか、開発チームと直で皆さんやり取りしていくことになるので、開発にそのままっていう可能性はゼロじゃないとは思ってます。
はい。
まあ実際まあうちは結構なんだろう、14チームは特にあんまり企画は経験問わずでやってて、実は中川雅樹とかも正社員からじゃないし、 まあだから結構アルバイトから上がってきてってでリーダーやってますっていう人も実はいる。
This also is great for them because that means they probably need help to get people. They want to finish out the next ultimate, but it's also this is a great idea because this gets them people to immediately try to onboard them. I have a friend who's in Japan right now who would love to try and work for Square, and who has all of this requisite experience. So it says experience with clearing ultimate content.
いい時代になりましたよ。
I think the only bone variation thing in the market is basically the headphones headbands. Yeah, you're right, Lord. Yeah, game tester sounds like a chill jump. I will say, having worked in QA, it's depends on what you mean by chill. It's not. It's a lot more tedious than you think. You're basically trying to break the thing in not interesting ways a lot of the time, and you're doing the same thing over and over again, and then writing very specific notes in a very specific format, often using things like Jira. So it's. And then you're just sending it out, and then you just keep going, and then you get another build like later that day or the next day or whenever. It's like if it could be very enjoyable for certain types of people, but you're not just like playing, and you're not getting the enjoyment of like playing the way like.
ただまあ実際応募していただいた後当然全員入れるわけじゃないので
Reminds me of an anime about a gamer that like bugged games and abused it. Yeah. The main thing is like, yeah, the thing with QA is that I think a lot of people think about the enjoying the finding cool bugs and weird bugs part, but the problem is that a lot of your job is just doing the like brute force, not interesting stuff. Like, hey, you're going to be given, you're going to play on warrior, and you're just going to literally only auto attack against this boss for the next 2 hours with unlimited health to make sure nothing happens in this weird way. Stuff like that. Just like weird stuff.
よろしくお願いいたします。はい。はい。ということで、
Okay. A few members of the team have started with temporary jobs, even Mr. Ozma. As long as you have cleared, that's fine. Even if you are an early progression player, gaming can get you a job. Yes. Basically, they're saying, yeah, this is good because they need more people also in general for combat design. I know that's what they want, so this could lead to a longer term path.
自分でコンテンツを考えてみるみたいなところに行ってほしいなと。で、僕がゲーム業界に入ったのも3
Yeah, no, Swift, that is exactly right. Yes, you just like jamming your head into the wall at every like literal point where two vertices meet on a map over and over, and make sure you're trying it with every race, every armor type for the patch, and it, like stuff like that. Like that's the sort of thing QA is. And it can be great. It just depends on the type of personality and disposition you have.
初めてアルバイトした時の時給って覚えてます？
うわ、覚えてないな。
For some people, it will drive you insane.
ないな。
私347円でした。
It also depends on the company, because like if you're a QA and you get to work with like the coders meaningfully or have a relationship with the rest of the staff, that can be great. If you work for like basically you're a QA farm and you never work with any of them in any meaningful way, and you're on the opposite side of the country, so it just kind of blows. Yeah, pretty much. And also make sure that you format it exactly right. People who are good at games will be able to learn patterns fast and oftentimes create their own things. Back in my day, everything started with a part-time job. My starting wage was 347 yen an hour. For context, that's like $3.50 an hour. And when I went to Sapporo, it was 1,000 yen, so about $10 an hour. Or digits. I couldn't believe it. Again, this is rough. It's not a one-to-one translation, but broadly speaking, 1 N being 1 penny is a good back a napkin. Yeah, very, very fun, very informative live letter. 7.4 is going to looking to be real good, and with the future also looking very, very exciting.
遊べる、触れる要素、ご用意しておりますんで、ちょっとね長く今日は
We're gonna be wrapping up in here in a second. V Infinite or Ray Ray, if you guys want to start doing the wrapping up stuff.
我々もしっかりリリースをして、ちゃんと、お正月は開発チームも運営チームも、みんなお休みをいただいてリフレッシュして今度レシピのサポートをし、来年怒涛の、ファンフェスが始まると始まりますね。もう言いたくてしょうがないものがいっぱいある。
それは本当にやめてください。
で、まあ来年をちょっと僕自身すごい楽しみにしているので、
He keeps me mentioning next year that they've got fun things coming, and he's done that in multiple interviews now. He just did that just now.
年内が今日が最後ですね。はい。
He seems very excited for 8.0, and I'm very curious why.
再来週のことだ。
その後もうオケコンで非課税の皆さんにはね直接いらっしゃる方に
我々はまだまだ可能です。
年始めするところ
We are doing our best so that everyone can have a great time playing the game over the holidays. We will get enough rest ourselves and start fresh into the big year of FanFest. I'm personally really looking forward to it. Thanks for being with us on this journey.
最後まで一緒に楽しんでいければと思います。はい、本日はありがとうございました。
はい、それでは以上もちまして第90回ファイナルファンタ
A
ジー
final big thank you again to Miyuna and Luna Minori over on the Final Fantasy XIV Discord, as always, for doing their translations. They are invaluable to us. I thank you always to them. Definitely make sure to go check them out in the 14 Discord. Yeah, thanks also for hanging out and bearing with me while I was sick this time. 7.4 is not that too far away. We're the 5th and it's the 16th, so 11 days. If you want to come join us over at the Discord, discord.gg/archives, you can join us for all sorts of events. Obviously, I've got some films and movies and stuff and all content planned to go on. Beyond that, 7.4 is very exciting. 7.55 and 5.5 are not that long away. FanFest is coming soon, and boy, 8.0 is just around the bend. It'll be here before you know it. Yeah. Any final thoughts? Any final things that anybody wants to ask real quick? Also, I'll have the trailer analysis video up probably by Monday, because I won't be able to record it until my voice heals. So that'll be the #1 limiter. Okay, well, if there is no other comments to be had at this time, I am going to go ahead and go to the bathroom and head off and get some rest for the night. Again, everyone, thanks for spending this time together. Yep, get well soon. I will. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weeks, your weekends, and enjoy your time in the game. Cheers, everybody.